It is 3 in the morning, and the world outside is quiet, but in the stillness of the room, a mind is churning like a storm at sea. There is the thought of unpaid bills, a phantom weight in the chest. There is the image of a goal, once so clear and bright, now seeming further away than ever. A quick scroll through a phone hours earlier brings back flashes of other people's lives, their curated moments of success and joy, each one a small, sharp reminder of a perceived lack. An old conversation replays for the 100th time, filled with words you wish you had said, and words you wish you could take back. This isn't just stress or a passing worry. It is a deeper, more persistent ache. It is the quiet, nagging whisper of not enough. You are not enough. You do not have enough. You have not done enough. If this feeling is familiar, know that you are not alone. And this is not a sign of personal failure. It is, instead, a fundamental condition of our modern world. We are born into a story that tells us to pursue, to achieve, to acquire, to become more. It is a story of endless growth and upward movement. And so, we learn to live on a treadmill, one that is powered by our own desires. We believe that happiness is waiting for us at the next milestone, the next purchase, the next promotion, the next relationship. But somehow, when we arrive, the finish line has moved. The satisfaction is fleeting, soon replaced by a new object of desire, a new source of anxiety. This is a race with no end, and its only certain outcome is a quiet, simmering state of exhaustion and a deep, unspoken anxiety. But what if there is another way? A path that does not ask you to run faster, but instead teaches you the profound art of standing still. A path that is not about finally getting everything you have ever wanted, but about finding a deep and unshakable peace, even when you do not. This is an invitation to gently turn inward, to explore a wisdom that has existed for thousands of years. It is not a complicated religion, but a practical set of tools for understanding the intricate workings of your own mind. It is the wisdom of the Buddhist path, which begins not by chasing after a distant happiness, but by looking directly and with great compassion at the very nature of our unfulfilled desires. It begins by listening, not to the storm, but to the silence that lies beneath it, waiting to be discovered. Let us begin by turning our attention inward, past the noise of the day, past the stories we tell ourselves, and listen for something more subtle. It is not a loud or demanding sound. It is more like a low, persistent hum, an electrical current that runs continuously in the background of our consciousness. It is the quiet, constant whisper of what's next. When you wake, it is the thought of coffee. When you are at work, it is the thought of the weekend. When you are having a pleasant dinner, it is the faint, underlying thought of what this pleasant moment might lead to. This is the constant hum of wanting. In the ancient language of the Buddha, this is called tanha. The word is often translated as desire or craving, but its most evocative meaning is thirst. It is a fundamental, unquenchable thirst of the mind. And recognizing this thirst, not as a personal flaw or a sign of weakness, but as a basic impersonal process of the mind itself, is the first step toward finding a peace that does not depend on quenching it. This hum is not an occasional event. It is a continuous flow, a river of wanting that runs through every moment of our waking lives. Our mind, by its very nature, is a desire-generating organ. It has evolved to scan the horizon, to seek advantage, to find what is pleasurable and avoid what is painful. It constantly projects itself into the future, creating scenarios and goals, believing that our safety and happiness lie in what is to come. There is the desire for sensory pleasures, the taste of a delicious meal, the warmth of the sun, the beauty of a piece of music. There is the desire for being or becoming, the desire to be successful, to be respected, to be loved, to be a more patient person, to be enlightened. And then there is the desire for non-being, the desire for an unpleasant feeling to go away, the desire to not be in a difficult situation, the desire to escape from our own thoughts. This river of wanting is relentless. The moment one desire is fulfilled or frustrated, another one immediately takes its place. It is a self-perpetuating cycle, a background process that runs on autopilot, often completely beneath the level of our conscious awareness. Seeing this process clearly is not about judging it or trying to force it to stop. You cannot command a river to stop flowing, but you can sit by its bank and watch it. You can learn its currents, its eddies, its patterns, and by watching it without being swept away, you begin to reclaim your freedom from it. The central illusion that gives this hum its power over us is a deeply ingrained belief, a promise whispered to us since childhood. If only you get this one thing, you will finally be happy. This one achievement, this one relationship, this one material possession holds the key to lasting contentment. And so we pour our energy, our time, and our hope into its pursuit. Think of a common, modern desire, the longing for a new smartphone. It begins subtly. Your current phone starts to feel a little slow, a little outdated. Advertisements show you a new, sleek model with a camera that promises to capture your life more beautifully. The hum of wanting grows louder. You read reviews, watch videos. Imagine holding it in your hand. The desire crystallizes. It becomes a project, a focus point for your mind's energy. Finally, the day comes. You make the purchase. You unbox it. The feeling is one of triumph, of satisfaction. The hum, for a moment, goes quiet. This, you think, is it. But what happens next? A week later, the novelty has faded. It is just a phone. A few months later, a software update makes it feel less responsive. A year later, a new, even more desirable model is announced, and that quiet hum of wanting starts up once again. This is the cycle, the trap of temporary relief. The happiness we experience is not in the having of the object, but in the brief cessation of the wanting. It is the momentary silencing of the thirst. But we are looking for a permanent solution in a temporary fix. This journey is sometimes called the hedonic treadmill. We run and run, chasing after the next source of pleasure, but our fundamental level of well-being remains stubbornly the same. We get the promotion, and for a while we feel successful, but then the pressure of the new role creates new anxieties. We go on the perfect vacation, and for a week we are blissful, but the return to daily life feels even more jarring than before. This cycle is perfectly illustrated by an ancient Buddhist parable. Imagine a man lost and adrift on a small raft in the middle of a vast empty ocean. The sun is merciless and he is dying of thirst. His throat is parched, his lips are cracked, and his mind is consumed by a single desperate thought: water. In his delirium, he looks over the edge of the raft and sees the endless, sparkling blue water all around him. He knows he has been told it is dangerous, but his thirst is an agony that eclipses all reason. He cups his hands, dips them into the ocean, and brings the cool liquid to his lips. For one blissful moment, the coolness soothes his dry throat. It feels like salvation. But this relief is a treacherous illusion. The salt in the ocean water does not quench thirst. It deepens it. As his body absorbs the salt, it draws more water from his cells, making his dehydration even more severe. His initial, agonizing thirst now returns with twice the intensity. Believing the only solution is more water, he drinks again and again. The very act he believes is saving him is, in fact, accelerating his demise. Each sip, each moment of temporary relief, is digging him deeper into a grave of unbearable craving. We are this man on the raft. Our inner feeling of lack, of incompleteness, is our thirst. The world of sensory pleasures, achievements, and possessions is the ocean of salt water, and our unexamined habit of chasing after these things to find happiness is the act of drinking the salt water. Every time we indulge a craving with the unconscious belief that it will bring us lasting peace, we are taking a sip, and for a moment, it works. The new purchase, the praise from a colleague, the sugary snack it provides a brief respite from the ache of wanting, but it is a false satisfaction. It does not nourish our spirit. It only makes the underlying thirst for true contentment even stronger. We become habituated, needing more and more just to get the same fleeting moment of relief. This internal mechanism of our minds does not operate in a vacuum. It is amplified and exploited by the very structure of our modern culture. The world we live in is a finely tuned engine designed to create and sustain this sense of thirst. Advertising agencies spend billions of dollars not to sell you a product, but to sell you the feeling of inadequacy without it. They create a constant sense of lack. Your car is not new enough. Your house is not big enough. Your life is not exciting enough. Social media platforms become endless highlight reels of other people's curated successes, presenting a distorted version of reality that our minds instinctively compare ourselves to, almost always finding ourselves wanting. We are swimming in an ocean of messages that all say the same thing. You are not complete as you are. You need something external to fix the deficit within. This external pressure pours gasoline on the internal fire of tanha, turning the subtle background hum into a deafening roar, and the gentle thirst into a desperate craving. So we are left in this predicament, an internal, biological drive to seek and want, amplified by an external culture that profits from that very same drive. It can feel like a hopeless trap, but the beginning of freedom lies in a simple, yet radical, shift of perspective. The wisdom of this path does not suggest that the objects of our desire, nice home, a loving relationship, a successful career, are inherently bad. They are neutral. The ocean is not evil. The problem is not the salt water itself. The problem is our belief that drinking it will save us. The problem is the clinging. It is the mind's white-knuckled grip on an outcome, the mental clenching that says, my peace, my happiness, my very sense of self-worth depends on getting this. It is this clinging, this attachment to the wanting, that we must begin to investigate. Now that we have recognized this constant hum, this endless thirst, we must look more closely. Why does it have such power over us? Why does this simple act of wanting feel so much like hurting? We have listened for the constant, quiet hum of wanting, the inner thirst that runs beneath the surface of our lives. We have named it tanha. Now we must ask the next essential question. Why does this wanting, this thirsting, lead so inevitably to a feeling of unease? Why does it hurt? The answer lies in another foundational concept of Buddhist wisdom, a word you may have heard before, but whose meaning is often misunderstood. The word is dukkha. It is most commonly translated as suffering, but its true scope is far broader, more subtle, and more universally applicable to the human condition. Think of it less as overt agony, and more as a fundamental, pervasive sense of dissatisfaction. It is the friction between our desires and the unyielding nature of reality. It is the feeling of being subtly out of sync with the flow of life, the stress of trying to hold on to things in a world where nothing can be held. Dukkha is the inevitable result of the thirst of tanha, meeting the solid wall of the real world. It is the ache that is born from our unfulfilled and unexamined desires. To truly understand this feeling of dissatisfaction, we can look at it in three distinct yet interwoven layers. The first layer is the most obvious. It is the suffering of pain, or dukkha. This is the raw, undeniable pain that is an inescapable part of having a human body and mind. It is the headache that clouds your thinking, the chronic pain in your back, the slow and steady process of aging. It is the sharp pang of grief when you lose someone you love, the sting of betrayal from a friend, the shame that burns in your cheeks after a public failure. This is the pain that arises when reality directly and forcefully collides with our most fundamental desires, the desire to be healthy, to be safe, to be with our loved ones, to be respected. When the doctor gives you bad news, when a relationship ends, when you lose your job, that is dukkha. It is clear, acute, and no one is immune to it. We want life to be smooth and pleasant, but reality often presents us with bumps, bruises, and heartbreaking losses. This inherent conflict is the first and most visceral flavor of dissatisfaction. The second layer is more subtle, and in many ways more pervasive. It is the suffering of change, or viparinama dukkha. This form of dissatisfaction arises not from painful experiences, but paradoxically, from pleasant ones. It is the suffering born from the fact that nothing lasts. We finally get the promotion we worked so hard for, and the initial elation is wonderful. But soon, the joy fades, replaced by the pressure and responsibilities of the new role. We are on a perfect vacation, a moment of pure bliss, watching a beautiful sunset with someone we love. But even within that perfect moment, a tiny, subtle shadow can appear, the knowledge that this will end, that tomorrow we must return to our ordinary life. The very happiness of the moment becomes tinged with the sadness of its own passing. This is the suffering of attachment. We cling to the pleasant experiences. We grasp at them, wanting them to be permanent fixtures in our lives. But the universe is a river, not a museum. Everything flows, everything changes. The flower that delights us with its beauty today will wither and die tomorrow. The youth and vitality we cherish will inevitably give way to old age. Our refusal to accept this flow, our mental battle against the nature of change, creates a constant, low-grade anxiety. Our most cherished moments of happiness become the seeds of future suffering simply because we cannot bear for them to end. The third layer is the deepest and most challenging to grasp, for it is the very texture of our ordinary, conditioned existence. It is called sankhara dukkha. This is the background radiation of dissatisfaction that permeates our lives, so constant that we often don't even notice it, like the hum of a refrigerator in a quiet house. It is the inherent unreliability of our experience. It is the stress of having to maintain a sense of self in a constantly shifting world. It is the subtle tension of being a fragile human being, subject to moods, thoughts, and impulses that we do not fully control. It is the feeling of being a driver in a car with a mind of its own, a mind that constantly pulls toward anxieties about the future and regrets about the past. This is the baseline friction of being alive, the inherent unsatisfactoriness of a life lived on autopilot, driven by unconscious cravings and aversions. It is the hum of tanaha itself, the endless seeking for a stable ground in a world of shifting sands. This is the deep existential angst that no amount of success or pleasure can ultimately soothe, because it is woven into the very fabric of a conditioned, unexamined life. Now, these three forms of dukkha are the raw data of our experience, but the mind is not a passive receiver of data. The mind is a storyteller. It takes the raw event, the pain, the change, the subtle unease, and it constructs an elaborate narrative around it. This narrative is what amplifies the initial feeling of dissatisfaction into profound and prolonged suffering. For instance, you receive a short, critical email from your boss. The raw data is simply the words on the screen. The initial feeling might be a brief sting of embarrassment or surprise. This is the raw dukkha. But then, the storyteller mind gets to work. It takes the pen and begins to write a tragedy. The story is no longer about a single email. It becomes, my boss thinks I'm incompetent. I've been fooling everyone all along, and now they see the truth. I'm surely going to be fired. How will I pay my bills? I will end up a complete failure, disgraced and alone. The mind takes a single event and projects it into a catastrophic future. This internal drama, this resistance to what is the engine of suffering. We are not just experiencing the discomfort of the present moment. We are living in a terrifying imaginary world of our own creation. The Buddha illustrated this crucial distinction with a simple and powerful parable. He said that in life, we are sometimes struck by an arrow. This first arrow is the unavoidable pain of existence. It is sickness, old age, loss, rejection. It strikes princes and paupers, saints and sinners. No one, by virtue of being human, is exempt from this first arrow. When it hits, it is painful. This is a given. However, most of us do not stop there. Immediately after being struck by the first arrow, we take out a second arrow and we shoot it into ourselves in the very same spot. This second arrow is our reaction to the initial pain. It is the arrow of anger. How dare this happen to me? This is unfair. It is the arrow of fear. What if it happens again? What does this mean for my future? It is the arrow of self-pity. Why me? I am always the one who suffers. It is the arrow of judgment, blame, and despair. The pain from the first arrow is real, but it is finite. A physical wound can heal. A moment of embarrassment can pass. Grief can soften over time. But the suffering from the second arrow, the one we inflict upon ourselves, is potentially limitless. We can keep shooting ourselves with these arrows of mental reactivity for days, weeks, even years, long after the initial event has passed. We keep the wound open, infected with our own stories and resistance. The true meaning of spiritual practice is not to build a shield that is impervious to the first arrow. That is an impossible and foolish goal. The practice is to develop the mindfulness and wisdom to not shoot the second one. It is learning to feel the sharp sting of the first arrow, the raw reality of pain, with a compassionate and steady heart, without adding the poison of our own reactivity. This is the essential anatomy of why wanting hurts. The desire itself, the tanha, creates a state of tension. When that desire meets the reality of pain, change, or just the general unsatisfactoriness of life, dukkha arises. This is the first arrow, but the real suffering, the prolonged agony, comes from the stories we tell ourselves about it, our mental resistance, our desperate wish for things to be other than they are. This is the second arrow. Pain, as they say, is inevitable, but suffering is optional. It is the extra layer of misery we add through our own unexamined minds. To break this cycle, to learn how to feel pain without creating suffering, we must look directly at the foundation upon which this whole structure is built. Our deep-seated refusal to accept the most fundamental law of the universe, that everything, absolutely everything, is in a constant state of change. To understand our suffering, we must now turn our gaze to face the profound and liberating truth of impermanence. We have seen how our minds add a second arrow of suffering to the first arrow of inevitable pain. We have seen that this self-inflicted wound comes from our reaction to reality, our desperate wish for things to be other than they are. Now, we must go deeper and ask, what is the root of this reaction? Why do we protest so fiercely against the world as it is? The answer lies in our profound misunderstanding of the most fundamental law of the universe. This law is not hidden in some esoteric text or accessible only to mystics. It is on display in every moment, in every breath, in every corner of the cosmos. It is the truth of anicca, or impermanence. Embracing this truth is not a descent into pessimism or nihilism. It is, in fact, the key that unlocks the door to profound freedom and peace. Imagine standing on the bank of a great river. The water flows past you, a constant, moving presence. You can never, as the ancient Greek philosopher said, step into the same river twice. By the time you lift your foot and place it down again, the water that was there is gone, downstream, and new water has taken its place. The river is never static, never frozen. It is a living, dynamic process of continual change. This river is the perfect metaphor for all of existence. Everything you can see, touch, think, or feel is a part of this universal flow. There are no solid, separate, permanent things anywhere. There is only the flowing, changing, unfolding process of reality. Let us look at this truth in the world around us. We see it in the turning of the seasons, as the vibrant green of summer gives way to the fiery colors of autumn, then to the stark silence of winter, and finally, to the rebirth of spring. We see it in the sky, as the sun rises and sets, and the moon waxes and wanes. A mountain may seem like the very symbol of permanence, yet over millennia, wind and rain will wear it down to dust. A star that shines brightly in the night sky is, in fact, a colossal furnace burning through its fuel, destined to one day collapse and die. Nothing, absolutely nothing, in the physical universe is exempt from this law of change, of arising and passing away. Now, turn that gaze inward to your own body. Is it not also a river? It is a constant process of change. Millions of cells are dying and being replaced in this very moment. The food you ate for lunch is being transformed into energy. The air you are breathing in is different from the air you are breathing out. The body you inhabit today is fundamentally different on a cellular level from the one you had a decade ago, and it will be different again a decade from now. We are a process, not a static object. And yet, how much of our suffering comes from resisting this simple truth? We cling to our youth, spending fortunes to hide the wrinkles and grey hairs that are the natural markers of the river's flow. We fear illness and injury because they are stark reminders that this body is fragile, contingent, and not permanently under our control. Even more fleeting than the body is the landscape of the mind. Your thoughts, feelings, and moods are like clouds passing through the vast sky of awareness. Think of a moment of intense joy. It arises, shines brightly for a time, and then, inevitably, it subsides. Think of a wave of anger. It surges up, powerful and hot, consumes your attention, and then, if you let it, it too will pass. A heavy fog of sadness may descend, and it can feel as though it will last forever. that the sun will never shine again. But it too is impermanent. It shifts, it thins, and eventually it lifts. No thought, no emotion, no mood is a permanent resident. They are all temporary visitors. The very nature of the mind is flux. Herein lies the central dilemma of the human condition, the very source of the second arrow. Our mind, in its ignorance, desires and creates ideas of permanence, which we can call nika, but it exists in a world that is fundamentally impermanent, or anicca. The friction between this desire for permanence and the reality of impermanence is the engine of dukkha, of dissatisfaction. We suffer because we are constantly trying to build a solid, permanent dam in the middle of a flowing river. The effort is monumental, exhausting, and doomed to fail. We want our perfect moments to last forever. The beautiful wedding day, the blissful vacation, the peak experience of success. We take endless photographs, trying to freeze time, to capture the moment and hold on to it. But life cannot be captured, and our desperate clinging to the memory of a past happiness can poison our ability to appreciate the different, imperfect, but very real beauty of the present. We build a fixed identity for ourselves. I am a successful person. I am a healthy person. I am a good parent, and we cling to it. Then, when reality changes, we lose our job, we get sick, our children struggle, identity is shattered, and we suffer immensely, not just from the event itself, but from the destruction of the permanent story we told ourselves. There is a timeless Zen story that perfectly illustrates the wisdom of letting go of our fixed judgments and embracing this flow. It is the story of a farmer in a small village. One day, his only horse, which he used for plowing his fields, ran away. His neighbors all came to console him, saying, "Oh, what terrible luck! This is a disaster." The farmer simply shrugged and replied, "Maybe." A week later, the horse returned, and it was not alone. It brought with it a herd of 12 wild horses. The neighbors gathered again, this time to congratulate him. "What incredible good fortune!" they exclaimed. "You are a rich man now." The farmer, again, just replied, "Maybe." The next day, the farmer's only son was trying to tame one of the wild horses. He was thrown from its back, and his leg was badly broken. The neighbors came once more, shaking their heads. "Your only son, crippled. This is truly bad luck." The farmer calmly responded, "Maybe." A few weeks passed, and the emperor's army marched into the village, conscripting every able-bodied young man for a war they were fighting in a distant land, a war from which few would ever return. Because the farmer's son had a broken leg, he was the only young man in the village to be spared. This story is a profound teaching on impermanence. The neighbors, like most of us, were trapped in the habit of making instant, fixed judgments based on a tiny snapshot of reality. They saw an event and immediately labeled it good or bad, clinging to that label as if it were the final truth. But the farmer understood anicca. He knew that life is an unfolding process, and the meaning of any single event is never fixed. A perceived disaster can become the seed of a future blessing, and a seeming stroke of luck can lead to unforeseen trouble. The farmer's wisdom was not in predicting the future, but in his refusal to fight the present. His response, "Maybe," was an expression of profound acceptance. It created a space of openness, allowing the river of life to flow without the resistance of his own judgment. He understood that our desire for things to be only good and never bad is a futile war against reality itself. When we begin to truly understand this, the fear of impermanence can transform into a source of great freedom and hope. If everything is in a state of flux, it means that even our most intense pain is not permanent. The grief, the anxiety, the despair that feels so all-consuming right now, it too is a cloud that will pass. It is a part of the river that is flowing by. It is not a permanent state. This knowledge does not magically erase the pain, but it stops us from shooting the second arrow of despair. The belief that it will be like this forever. Furthermore, impermanence means that change, healing, and growth are always possible. You are not trapped into being the person you were yesterday. Because everything changes, you can learn, you can soften, you can let go of old patterns. The river of your life can change its course. The spiritual path, then, is not about finding a way to stop the river. It is not about building a dam of denial or a fortress of control. It is about weaving a small, sturdy raft. The raft is built from mindfulness, from wisdom, from compassion. With this raft, we can learn to navigate the currents of life with grace and skill. We can feel the power of the rapids and the peace of the calm stretches without being capsized by either. We learn to find a dynamic, flowing stability within the heart of change itself. And as we sit on this raft, watching the ever-changing banks of the river of life, a new question naturally arises. If the body is changing, the mind is changing, and the world is changing, then who or what is this I that is witnessing it all? To go deeper into the heart of our suffering, we must now turn our attention to the mysterious nature of the one who is supposedly in charge. The ego. We have journeyed along the river of change, the universal truth of anicca, and have seen that nothing in our experience is solid or permanent. Not the world around us, not our bodies, not even our own thoughts and feelings. They all arise, linger for a time, and pass away. This realization naturally brings us to a profound and unsettling question. If everything is in flux, then who, exactly, is this I that is witnessing it all? Who is this character at the center of our personal drama, the one who feels pleasure and pain, the one who wants and fears? We refer to this I constantly. I want this. I feel that. This is my life. We assume it is the stable core of our being, the thinker of our thoughts, the chief executive in the headquarters of our mind. But Buddhist wisdom invites us to look closer, to investigate this sense of self. It suggests that what we call the I or the ego is not a solid entity at all. It is more like a ghost in the machine, a persistent illusion constructed by the mind, and the secret architect of most of our suffering. Let us try to find this I. Where is it? If you search for it within your body, you cannot locate it. Is it in your heart? Your brain? Your hand? Number? The ego is not a physical thing. It is a mental construction, a bundle of processes that the mind habitually strings together and labels me. This bundle has several key components. First, we identify with our physical body. We see our reflection and think, that is me. We feel a pain in our leg and think, I am in pain. Second, we identify with our thoughts. The constant stream of commentary, planning, and judging in our heads feels like the very essence of who we are. We believe we are the voice in our head. Third, we identify with our feelings. When anger arises, we do not say, the feeling of anger is present. We say, I am angry. We fuse our identity with the passing weather of our emotional world. Finally, and perhaps most powerfully, the ego is woven from the threads of memory. It is a story, a personal narrative that we continuously write and edit, linking our past experiences, our triumphs and traumas into a coherent biography of me. This story gives us a sense of continuity, but it is just that, a story. This constructed self, this bundle of body, thoughts, feelings, and memories is constantly changing. Your body is different from moment to moment. Your thoughts are fleeting. Your emotions are volatile. The story of your life is constantly being reinterpreted. Therefore, this I that we believe to be so solid and continuous is, in fact, just as impermanent as everything else. It is not a noun, but a verb. It is a process of eyeing or meing, a habit of the mind to create a central reference point. It is a useful convention for navigating the world. But when we mistake this convenient fiction for an absolute reality, it becomes the source of immense trouble. Because the ego is a fabrication, a ghost, it is, by its very nature, fundamentally insecure. Deep down, it lives with a constant, nagging fear of its own non-existence. This profound insecurity is the driving force behind most of its activities, which are all aimed at making itself feel more solid, more real, more permanent. Its primary strategy is fortification through possession. The ego seeks to extend its territory and solidify its boundaries by labeling things as mine. This is my house, my car, my job, my partner, my reputation. These external attachments are used like bricks and mortar to build a fortress around the fragile, empty center. The more the ego can claim as mine, the more substantial it feels. Its second strategy is validation through comparison. Since the ego has no inherent substance, it can only define itself in relation to others. It is in a state of perpetual comparison. Am I smarter than my colleague? Am I more successful than my neighbor? Is her vacation more glamorous than mine? Am I as good a parent as they are? This constant measuring is a desperate attempt to find its place, to prove its worth. Social media has become the ultimate temple for the insecure ego, a relentless arena of comparison that almost always leaves it feeling deficient. This ceaseless hunger for possessions and favorable comparisons is the direct engine of tanha, the thirst that we spoke of earlier. The ego is never, ever satisfied. It cannot be. How can you satisfy something that isn't truly there? You get the bigger house, and for a while, the ego feels more secure, but then you see someone with an even bigger house, and the insecurity returns. You get the praise you crave, and the ego puffs up, but then you hear a word of criticism, and it deflates like a pricked balloon. This is why our unfulfilled desires hurt so much. When we fail to get what we want, it is not just a simple disappointment. To the ego, it is an existential threat. It feels like a negation of its very being. When we are rejected, the ego hears, "You are not worthy." When we fail, the ego screams, "You are a failure." Most of the desires that cause us the most pain are not about the objects themselves. We rarely want the luxury car simply for its engineering. We want it for the status it confers, for the way it reinforces our story of being a successful person. We want the promotion not just for the work, but for the title that bolsters our sense of importance. We are not just trying to quench a simple thirst. We are trying to fill a black hole in our sense of self. But a ghost cannot be fed. There is a famous Zen story that illustrates this perfectly. A university professor, a man renowned for his intellect and knowledge, came to visit a wise old Zen master named Nanyin. The professor came, not with an open mind to learn, but to debate and to show off his own deep understanding of Zen. His mind, his cup, was already full to the brim with his own opinions, theories, and ego. The master welcomed him graciously and offered to serve him tea. He took the professor's cup and began to pour. He filled it to the top, but he did not stop. He kept pouring, and the hot tea overflowed, spilling all over the table. The professor, unable to contain himself, shouted, "Stop! The cup is overfull. No more will go in. The master paused, looked at the professor, and said calmly, "Like this cup, you are full of your own opinions and speculations. How can I show you Zen unless you first empty your cup?" This story is a teaching about the ego. We are all, to some extent, like that professor. Our cups are full. They are full of our ideas about who we are, our beliefs, our identities, our personal histories. We are so full of me that there is no space for anything new to enter, no space for peace, no space for true wisdom. To empty the cup is the work of deconstructing the ego. But how is this done? It is not done through aggression. To declare war on your ego is just another game the ego plays. The I, who is fighting the ego, is still the ego. The path is far more subtle and gentle. It is the path of mindfulness, of non-judgmental observation. The practice is to begin watching the ego in action with a kind of detached curiosity. You sit quietly and you watch the I, me, mine thoughts as they parade through your mind. You notice the pull of comparison when you see a friend's success. You feel the sting of criticism and watch the ego rise up in defense. You observe the craving for praise and the subtle pleasure when you receive it. You watch all of this without getting caught, without believing the stories. You see it not as the truth of who you are, but as the conditioned activity of the mind, the predictable movements of the ghost in the machine. In the clear, quiet light of this awareness, something remarkable begins to happen. The ego's grip begins to loosen. By seeing it for what it is, an impersonal process, a mental habit, you begin to realize that you are not it. You are the awareness that is watching it. The sky is not the clouds. You are the sky, and the ego is just a passing cloud. This house that the ego builds, this fortress of me, rests on one single foundational assumption, that I am a separate entity, fundamentally divided from the world and from others. It is this perceived separation that creates the need to protect and enhance the self. To continue our journey of unraveling this source of our suffering, we must now look directly at this foundation. We must examine the very nature of the knots that tie us to this illusion of a separate self, the powerful force of attachment. We have peered behind the curtain of the self, this constant narrator we call I, and found not a solid, enduring entity, but a flickering, constructed, processor ghost in the machine. We've seen how this insecure ego, in its desperate attempt to feel more real, drives our deepest cravings. Now we must examine its primary tool, the very mechanism it uses to build its phantom fortress and to bind itself to the world. This mechanism is the source of the stickiness of our suffering, the force that transforms a fleeting desire into a painful obsession. In the language of the Buddha, this is upadana. The word translates to clinging or attachment, but its most potent meaning is fuel. It is the fuel that the ego feeds upon, the fuel that keeps the fires of suffering, of dukkha, burning brightly. To understand the nature of this fuel is to learn how to stop feeding the fire. It is essential, at the outset, to clear up a common misunderstanding. The path of wisdom does not ask us to become passionless or to extinguish all desire. There is a world of difference between a healthy, life-affirming desire and the toxic clinging of upadana. A simple, wholesome desire, called chanda in Pali, is the natural energy that moves us toward what is good. The desire for food, when you are hungry, is chanda. The desire to keep your children safe from harm is chanda. Even the deep aspiration to become a kinder, wiser, more compassionate human being is a form of chanda. These desires are like a gentle current, guiding us toward well-being without creating suffering. Upadana, or clinging, is what happens when this simple energy becomes corrupted by the ego. It is when the thought, "I would like that," morphs into the demand, "I must have that to be happy." It is the mental fist that clenches around the object of desire. Imagine you are sitting by a warm fire on a cold winter night. To enjoy its warmth, to appreciate its light, is chanda. It is a wholesome pleasure. But to try and grab the flames with your bare hands, to possess the fire and lock it in a box because you are terrified of the cold returning that is upadana, the very thing that brought you comfort, becomes the source of a painful, self-inflicted burn. The fire was never the problem. The grasping was. This clinging, this fuel for our suffering, manifests in four primary ways. The first is the most familiar, clinging to sense pleasures. This is the addiction to the next hit of pleasant experience, the relentless pursuit of delicious tastes, beautiful sights, intoxicating sounds, and thrilling physical sensations. The enjoyment of these things is natural. The clinging, however, is the desperate belief that our happiness depends on them. It is the misery we feel when the delicious meal is over, the frantic chase for the next gratifying experience, the deep frustration when our bodies age and can no longer provide the same pleasures they once did. We become gamblers at the casino of the senses, always hoping for the next jackpot, but most often left feeling empty when the temporary thrill inevitably fades. The second form of clinging is more subtle and, for many of us, far more powerful. It is clinging to views and opinions. This is our attachment to our beliefs, our ideologies, our personal narratives, and our unwavering conviction that we are right. The ego loves to be right. It feels solid and superior when its worldview is confirmed. We cling to our political affiliations, our religious or scientific beliefs, our judgments about other people, and our stories about ourselves. This clinging is the root of dogmatism, prejudice, and conflict. It is what makes us unable to truly listen to another person whose views differ from our own, because to hear them is to feel our own sense of self being threatened. It is the fuel for countless arguments, family feuds, and even global wars. We would rather be right than be at peace. We have fused our identity with our opinions, and so any challenge to our views feels like a personal attack. Third, there is clinging to rites and rituals. In ancient times, this meant a rigid attachment to specific ceremonies, believing that the external performance alone could bring salvation without any genuine inner transformation of wisdom and compassion. In our modern, secular world, this clinging takes new forms. It can be an obsessive attachment to a particular diet, a fanatical devotion to a workout regimen, or a blind adherence to a 7-step plan for success. The rituals themselves may be beneficial, but the clinging is the problem. It is the superstitious belief that, if I just follow these external rules perfectly, I will be safe, I will be happy, I will be saved, while losing sight of the spirit behind the practice. The ego co-opts the practice, turning a potential tool for liberation into just another rigid identity, another way of feeling superior and in control. The fourth and most fundamental form of clinging is the root of all the others. It is clinging to a doctrine of a self. This is the attachment to the very idea we explored previously, the deep, instinctual and erroneous belief that somewhere inside this changing process of body and mind, there is a solid, separate, continuous me. This is the primary fuel, Attavada Upadana. The clinging to pleasures, views, and rituals are all merely strategies this phantom self uses to try and make itself feel real and secure. It is the clinging to the ghost in the machine. As long as we are fundamentally attached to this illusion of a separate self, we will be compelled to protect it, enhance it, and defend it. A project that is doomed to failure and frustration because its object isn't even there. The tragic and self-imprisoning nature of this clinging is captured perfectly in a simple story told to teach this very lesson. In the forests of Asia, hunters have long used a clever method to trap monkeys. They take a coconut, hollow it out, and chain it securely to a stake in the ground. Then, they drill a hole in the coconut, a hole just large enough for a monkey to slide its open, empty hand into. Inside the coconut, they place a heap of sweet, tempting rice. Soon enough, a monkey, drawn by the scent, will approach the trap. It will slip its slender hand through the hole and grasp a huge fistful of the delicious rice. But here, the trap springs. When the monkey tries to withdraw its hand, the fist, now clenched and bulging with rice, is too large to pass back through the narrow opening. The monkey is trapped. It will pull and shriek, thrashing against the chain in terror as the hunter approaches. It is a prisoner, but the bars of its cage are of its own making. At any moment, to be completely free, all the monkey has to do is open its hand and let go of the rice. But its craving, its desire, its clinging is so powerful that it will not release its grip, even at the cost of its own freedom, and ultimately, its life. We are this monkey. The sweet rice is the object of our desire, the relationship we think we cannot live without, the career that defines our worth, the belief that makes us feel secure, the fleeting pleasure that promises relief. The clenched fist is upadana, our mental grasping, and the trap is the suffering we endure. We feel trapped by our circumstances, by other people, by life itself. But the truth is, we are trapped by our own clinging mind. Freedom is always available to us, in every moment. It lies in the simple, yet profound, act of unclenching our mental fist and opening our hand. Does this mean then that we must become indifferent, that to be free, we must not care about anything or anyone? This is a common fear, but it is a misunderstanding. Clinging is not love. In fact, clinging, with its fear, its possessiveness, its need for control, and its transactional nature, is the very thing that suffocates true love and authentic joy. It is a state of contraction. To let go of clinging is to open up to a far deeper and more genuine form of connection. It is the difference between holding a small bird tightly in your fist, where you will surely crush it, and holding it gently in your open palm, where it is free to be itself, to stay or to fly away. Only in the open palm can you truly appreciate the beauty of the bird. True love, for a person, for a goal, for life itself, is an open palm. It is appreciation without possession. It is devotion without demand. It is connection without chains. We have now traveled into the deepest parts of the anatomy of our dissatisfaction. We have identified the pervasive thirst of tanha and the suffering of dukkha that it creates. We have faced the universal law of anicca, impermanence. We have unmasked the phantom-like ego, and we have now seen its primary weapon, the self-imprisoning act of upadana, or clinging. We have thoroughly diagnosed the condition. With this clear understanding as our foundation, we can finally begin to turn our attention from the problem to the remedy. We are now ready to take our first steps on the path of healing, starting with the single most essential tool for untangling all of these knots, the gentle, illuminating practice of mindfulness. We have journeyed together into the deep, often shadowed, territory of the mind. We have acted as detectives, identifying the culprits behind our disease, the relentless thirst of tanha, the fundamental dissatisfaction of dukkha, the unsettling truth of impermanence, anicca, the phantom-like nature of the ego, and the self-imprisoning grip of clinging, upadana. This investigation, this analysis, is crucial. It is like having a detailed map of a difficult landscape. It shows us the terrain, points out the dangers, and gives us an intellectual understanding of where we are. But a map is not the journey itself. Knowing about the path is not the same as taking the first step. Now, we must shift from analysis to direct experience. We must put down the map, feel the earth beneath our feet, and begin the actual, tangible practice of transformation. This is where the path truly begins, and the first step, the foundation upon which all other wisdom rests, is the gentle, radical, and profoundly healing art of mindfulness. Mindfulness, or sati, in the ancient Pali language, is not a mystical state reserved for monks in mountaintop monasteries. It is a fundamental human capacity, a birthright that lies dormant within each of us, waiting to be rediscovered. The most classic definition describes it as paying attention, on purpose, in the present moment, and non-judgmentally. Let us unpack those simple words, for within them lies a universe of freedom. Paying attention. It is an act of gentle focus, of bringing the mind from its scattered state to a place of quiet observation, on purpose. This is not accidental. It is a conscious, deliberate choice to be present. It is an act of intention, in the present moment. This is the only place where life is actually happening. Mindfulness calls us back from our endless travels into the regrets of the past and the anxieties of the future, and invites us to arrive fully in the here and now. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, non-judgmentally. This is the quality of kindness and acceptance we bring to our awareness. We are not trying to fix or change what we find. We are simply learning to be with it, just as it is, with a spacious and compassionate heart. Mindfulness is not about adding anything new to yourself. It is a practice of returning. It is the simple, profound act of coming home. The most universal and accessible gateway into this practice is through the breath. Why the breath? Because it is always with you. From the moment you are born to the moment you die, it is your constant companion. It is utterly reliable. Secondly, the breath is always happening in the present moment. You cannot breathe in the past, nor can you breathe in the future. Your breath is an undeniable anchor to the here and now. And finally, the breath is a perfect mirror of your inner state. When you are anxious or angry, your breath is often shallow and rapid. When you are calm and relaxed, it is naturally slow and deep. By learning to rest your attention on the breath, you begin to steady the mind itself. So, let us explore how to begin this foundational practice. There is no need for anything special. You can do this sitting on a chair, with your feet flat on the floor, or sitting on a cushion on the ground. The invitation is to find a posture that embodies both relaxation and alertness. Let your spine be upright, but not stiff, in a posture of quiet dignity. Allow your hands to rest comfortably in your lap or on your knees. You can gently close your eyes, or if you prefer, leave them slightly open with a soft, unfocused gaze toward the floor. Now, simply begin by arriving in your body. Take a moment to feel the points of contact, the sensation of your body being supported by the chair or cushion. Feel the subtle weight of your hands resting in your lap. For a moment, just be present with the physical reality of sitting here. Now, gently bring your attention to the sensation of your own breathing. There is no need to change your breath in any way, no need to make it deeper or slower. Simply allow it to be exactly as it is. Your only task is to feel it. To make this easier, you can choose one specific spot in your body where the sensation of the breath is most vivid for you. For some, This might be the subtle coolness of the air as it enters and leaves the nostrils. For others, it might be the gentle rise and fall of the chest. And for others still, it may be the soft expansion and contraction of the abdomen, like a balloon gently inflating and deflating. Choose whichever spot feels clearest to you today. This will be your anchor point. Now, rest your attention there, as gently as a butterfly landing on a flower. Rest your full, yet soft, awareness on the physical sensations of each breath. Feel the entire duration of the in-breath, from the moment it begins to the moment it ends. And feel the entire duration of the out-breath. You don't need to say the words, but the inner attitude is simply breathing in. I know I am breathing in. Breathing out. I know I am breathing out. There is nothing else to do, nowhere else to go. Just this breath, in this body, in this moment. Sooner or later, and likely sooner, you will notice that your mind has wandered away. A thought will arise, a memory, a sound, a sensation, and like a curious puppy, your attention will follow it. You might find yourself halfway through planning your dinner, or replaying a conversation from yesterday, or worrying about an event tomorrow. It is absolutely crucial to understand this. The wandering of the mind is not a mistake. It is not a failure of your practice. It is simply what minds do. Minds think, just as hearts beat. To expect your mind to be perfectly still is to set yourself up for frustration. The true practice of mindfulness is not found in preventing the mind from wandering, but in how you relate to it when it does. The moment you realize your mind has wandered, that is the golden moment. That moment of recognition, oh, I'm thinking, is a moment of pure mindfulness. You have woken up from the dream of thought. In that moment, there is no need for criticism or judgment. There is no need to scold yourself for not being a good meditator. The instruction is profoundly simple and kind. First, gently acknowledge where your mind went. You can silently label it. Thinking, planning, worrying, remembering. Then, like a loving parent guiding a lost child back by the hand, you softly, gently, and patiently escort your attention back to your anchor point, the physical sensation of the breath. And you begin again, feeling one in-breath, feeling one out-breath. This is the entire practice. The mind will wander 1,000 times, and 1,000 times you will gently guide it back. Each return is a victory. Each return is a repetition that strengthens the muscle of your attention and, more importantly, the muscle of your compassion for yourself. It is not about achieving a perfectly empty mind. It is about cultivating a kind and patient relationship with your own wandering mind. So why do we do this? What is the purpose of this simple, repetitive exercise? This practice of returning again and again to the breath does something truly revolutionary. It creates space. In our normal, unexamined lives, our experience is often a collapsed, knee-jerk reaction. A stimulus occurs, and a reaction follows almost instantaneously. Someone insults you, and anger flares. You see an ad for a snack, and a craving arises. You receive a stressful email, and anxiety floods your system. There is no space, no gap, between the trigger and your habitual response. We live like puppets, pulled by the strings of our conditioning. Mindfulness practice inserts a pause into this equation. It creates a sacred space between stimulus and response. An event happens. Instead of immediately reacting, we have trained our minds to pause, to return to the anchor of the breath. In that pause, everything changes. In that space, we find our freedom, we find our power. An insult is spoken. The first arrow strikes. We feel the initial hot flush of anger, But because we have practiced, we don't have to immediately fire the second arrow of retaliation. We can pause. We can feel the anger as pure energy in the body, the heat in the chest, the tension in the jaw, without being consumed by the story of anger. We can breathe, and in that space, we can choose a wiser, more compassionate response. The craving for something unhealthy arises. We can pause. We can feel the craving as a sensation, a pull in the body, a thought in the mind, without being its slave. We can observe it, breathe with it, and let it pass without acting on it. This pause is the birthplace of wisdom and self-regulation. It is where we stop being a reactor and start becoming a conscious responder to our own lives. Formal meditation on the cushion is the gymnasium where we train this muscle of attention. But the real purpose is to bring this quality of mindful awareness into the rest of our lives. The goal is not to be a great meditator, but to live a more aware, peaceful, and compassionate life. We can practice mindfulness anywhere, at any time, by bringing our full attention to the simple activities of our day. Consider the act of eating. Most of the time, we eat on autopilot, barely tasting our food. Our minds a million miles away. Mindful eating transforms this. You can try it with a single piece of fruit. First, just look at it. See it as if you have never seen it before. Notice its colors, its shape, its texture. Then, feel it in your hand. Notice its weight, its temperature. Bring it to your nose and smell it. Then, take a bite. Chew slowly. Notice the explosion of taste and sensation in your mouth. Notice the intention to swallow and feel the food as you swallow it. In doing this, you not only enjoy your food more, but you become profoundly present. You are nourishing your body with full awareness. The same can be done with walking. Mindful walking is simply feeling the sensations of walking as you walk. Whether you are walking to your car or just pacing in your room, you can bring your attention to your feet. Feel the sensation of your foot lifting off the ground, moving through the air, and then making contact with the ground again. Feel the rhythm, the balance, the movement of your entire body. This practice is incredibly grounding, pulling your awareness out of the chaotic world of thought and anchoring it firmly in the physical reality of the present moment. We can also practice mindful listening. When you are in conversation with someone, can you give them the gift of your full attention? This means not simply waiting for your turn to speak. It means not formulating your rebuttal while they are still talking. It means truly receiving their words, their tone of voice, the emotions behind what they are saying. When you listen in this way, you create a space of deep connection and respect. The other person feels truly heard, and you are fully present, not lost in the chatter of your own mind. You can start small. Choose one activity each day: brushing your teeth, drinking your first cup of coffee, washing the dishes, and commit to doing it with your full, undivided attention. In the end, mindfulness is our anchor in the inevitable storms of life. Life will always present us with storms, the storms of grief, anger, fear, confusion, and loss. We cannot control the weather of the universe. We cannot command the winds to stop blowing or the waves to be still. But we do not have to be a helpless boat, tossed about and capsized by every wave. Mindfulness is the practice of dropping an anchor. The anchor is your breath. It is the sensations in your body. It is the concrete reality of this present moment. The storm may rage on the surface. The winds of anxious thoughts may howl, and the waves of powerful emotions may crash over you. But deep beneath the surface, where your anchor holds fast, there is a place of profound stillness, stability, and quiet strength. This practice does not add anything new to you. or turn you into someone you are not. It is a path of discovery, allowing you to access the calm, clear, and compassionate awareness that has been patiently waiting within you all along. And now that we have this anchor, we can feel safe enough to explore the more turbulent waters of our inner world. We can learn to sit with our discomfort, not as a victim who is drowning, but as a compassionate observer, anchored in the peace of the present moment. We have discovered our anchor in the storm, the steady, reliable presence of the breath, the feeling of our body in the present moment. We have learned that this anchor of mindfulness can create a sacred pause, a space of freedom between what happens to us and how we respond. Now, we must learn to use this anchor to navigate some of the most turbulent waters of our inner lives, the realm of difficult emotions. From our earliest days, we are taught a simple but deeply flawed lesson about feelings. We are taught that some feelings are good happiness, joy, excitement, and we should chase after them. And we are taught that other feelings are bad sadness, anger, fear, jealousy, disappointment, and we should avoid them, suppress them, or get rid of them as quickly as possible. This creates a civil war within our own hearts. We become adversaries to our own experience. When a difficult feeling arises, our habitual reaction is to slam the door shut. We distract ourselves with endless scrolling on our phones. We numb ourselves with food or drink. We escape into work or entertainment, or we simply pretend it isn't there, telling ourselves to be positive, while a storm of unspoken feeling rages beneath the surface. This very act of resistance, this frantic struggle against what we are feeling, is the second arrow we shoot into ourselves, turning a moment of pain into a prolonged state of suffering. The path of wisdom offers a radical and courageous alternative to gently and with great care turn toward our discomfort and learn to befriend what we find there. To begin this journey, we must first re-examine the very language we use. The words negative emotions are themselves a form of judgment. To label sadness or anger as negative is to condemn it before we have even understood it. It is to deem a part of our own natural human experience as wrong or defective. What if we were to suspend this judgment? What if, just as an experiment, we were to see all emotions not as good or bad, but simply as information, like messengers from a deep part of ourselves, carrying vital intelligence? Fear is a messenger that says, "Pay attention, there may be a threat to your safety." Anger is a messenger that often says, "A boundary has been violated." Sadness is a messenger that says, "You have lost something you cherish, and this loss needs to be acknowledged and grieved." Jealousy is a messenger that points directly to an insecurity or an unfulfilled longing. When we see our feelings in this light, as bearers of information, our entire relationship to them can shift. We move from a posture of aversion and war to one of courageous and compassionate curiosity. We can learn to ask, "What are you here to tell me?" instead of shouting, "Go away." This shift in attitude opens the door to the practice of sitting with our feelings. This does not mean wallowing in them or indulging in the dramatic stories that often accompany them. It is a precise and skillful practice of mindfulness. Let us walk through it together. I invite you to begin by recalling a situation recently that brought up a mildly difficult feeling, perhaps a moment of irritation, a pang of disappointment, a wave of anxiety. It is wise to start with something manageable, not a major life trauma. Let the memory of the situation arise gently in your mind, just enough so that you can feel the emotional echo of it in your body now. The very first step, before you do anything else, is to drop your anchor. Reconnect with the physical sensations of your breath or the feeling of your body sitting here. Establish your ground. Remind yourself that you are here, in the present moment, and you are safe. This anchor provides the stability and security needed to approach the turbulent energy of the emotion without being swept away by it. You are the steady oak tree, not the leaf tossed in the wind. Now, with your anchor established, ask yourself a gentle question. If I were to feel this emotion purely as a physical sensation in my body, where would it live? Turn your attention inward and scan your body with a kind, curious awareness. Where does the irritation reside? Is it a buzzing energy in your chest? A tightness in your jaw and shoulders? Where do you feel the disappointment? Is it a hollow feeling in your stomach? A heavy weight in your heart? Where is the anxiety? Is it a fluttering in your solar plexus? A constriction in your throat? Let go of the story, the who, what, and why of the emotion and focus solely on its physical footprint. Our feelings are not abstract concepts, they are embodied energies. Once you have located the sensation, the next step is to simply be with it. Rest your mindful attention on that area of your body, just as you rested it on your breath. Your task is not to make the feeling go away. It is not to analyze it or fix it. Your only task is to feel it, to allow it to be there. This is a radical act of acceptance. For perhaps the first time, you are not running, not fighting, not distracting. You are simply staying. As you rest your attention on the sensation, you can introduce your breath as a tool of compassion. Imagine that you could breathe into that area of tightness or heaviness. As you breathe in, you gently acknowledge the sensation. Yes, this is here. As you breathe out, you imagine a quality of softening, of creating space around the sensation. You are not trying to push it away with your breath. You are bathing it in the warm, oxygenated light of your own awareness. As you stay with the sensation, simply notice what happens. Does it remain static? Does it intensify? Does it soften or dissolve? Does it change its shape or move to a different part of your body? There is no right or wrong outcome. The purpose is simply to observe the truth of anicca, impermanence, in action. You will see for yourself that no feeling is final. It is a wave of energy that arises, crests, and, if you allow it to, will eventually pass. By staying present with the physical energy, you bypass the ruminating mind that loves to spin endless stories and keep the feelings stuck in place. You are allowing the emotion to run its natural course. This gentle, courageous process of being with our own pain is beautifully captured in the metaphor of holding a crying child. Imagine a small child falls and scrapes her knee. She runs to you, crying in pain and fear. What is the wise and loving response? You wouldn't ignore her and turn on the television, which is what we do when we distract ourselves. You wouldn't shout at her to stop crying, which is what we do when we try to suppress our feelings. You wouldn't just give her a cookie to shut her up, which is what we do when we numb ourselves. The truly healing response is to kneel down, open your arms, and pick the child up. You hold her securely. You say, "I know, it hurts. It's okay to cry. I'm right here with you." You provide a safe, loving, and accepting container for her distress. You don't need to immediately fix the problem. The medicine, in that moment, is your calm, steady, loving presence. Held in this way, the child feels safe. Her nervous system begins to calm, and eventually, the storm of tears subsides. We must learn to become this wise and compassionate parent to our own inner life. When sadness, fear, or anger arises, it is like a small child within us, crying for attention. Our practice is to learn how to pick up this feeling. We hold it in the spacious and loving arms of our mindful awareness. We say to our own anger, "I see you are here. "It's okay. I am not afraid of you." We say to our own sadness, "I feel you. I will stay with you until you are ready to pass." We offer our difficult feelings, the profound medicine of our own non-judgmental, kind attention. This is the alchemy of acceptance. Our emotions are simply energy. When we resist them, fight them, or ignore them, we are trapping that energy within our bodies, where it can fester as chronic anxiety, tension, and even physical illness. When we create a safe container of mindfulness and allow ourselves to feel the energy directly, we allow it to move through us and be released. We don't destroy the feeling. We liberate the energy that was trapped within it. This practice builds an unshakable inner resilience. We gradually lose our fear of our own inner world. We learn that we are capable of handling whatever emotions arise. We realize that our heart is far bigger and more spacious than we ever imagined, capable of holding both joy and sorrow with an even steady grace. But to do this difficult and brave work, to turn toward our pain instead of away from it, requires a special kind of fuel. It requires not just courage, but a deep and abiding kindness. This kindness must, first and foremost, be directed toward ourselves. And so, we must now turn to the cultivation of the healing warmth of self-compassion. We have learned to sit with our discomfort, to anchor ourselves in the present moment as waves of difficult feelings wash through us. This is a practice of immense courage, but courage alone is not enough. The quality of our presence, the attitude we bring to our inner world, matters more than anything. When we are in pain, when our desires are unfulfilled, and our hopes are dashed, there is a voice that often arises within us. It is the voice of the inner critic. It is the relentless judge who tells us we are not good enough, that we have failed, that we are unworthy. It takes the initial pain of disappointment, the first arrow, and transforms it into the profound suffering of shame and self-recrimination. This inner critic is the master archer of the second arrow, and its poison can contaminate our spirit for years. To heal this deep, self-inflicted wound, we must cultivate the antidote. The antidote is not more self-discipline or more willpower. It is the gentle, radical, and healing warmth of compassion. Compassion, or karuna in the Pali language, is the natural response of the heart when it witnesses suffering. It is a tender trembling of the heart that wishes for that suffering to be eased. So often, we think of compassion as something we extend to others, a friend in need, to a suffering animal, to victims of a tragedy. And this is a beautiful and essential quality. But the practice of compassion must begin at home. It must begin with ourselves. If we cannot offer kindness to our own pain, how can we genuinely offer it to the pain of others? Self-compassion is not a luxury. It is a necessity for anyone on a path of healing and wisdom. It is the act of turning toward our own failures and imperfections with the same warmth and understanding we would offer to a beloved friend. To make this practical, we can understand self-compassion as having three core ingredients. The first is self-kindness. This stands in direct opposition to our habit of self-judgment. Think for a moment about how you speak to yourself when you make a mistake. The inner dialogue is often harsh, impatient, and cruel, filled with words we would never dream of saying to someone we care about. Self-kindness is the conscious choice to change that inner tone. It is meeting our failures not with a hammer of criticism, but with a soft blanket of warmth and support. It is replacing the voice that says, "You're so stupid for failing," with a voice that says, "That was really difficult, and it's okay that you're struggling. I'm here for you." It is a simple shift from being our own worst enemy to becoming our own trusted ally. The second ingredient is the recognition of our common humanity. This is the direct antidote to the feeling of isolation that suffering so often creates. When we fail or feel deep pain, the voice of the ego tells us a story of separation. I am the only one who feels this broken. Everyone else has their life together. What is wrong with me? This feeling of being uniquely flawed is a heavy and isolating burden. The truth of common humanity reminds us that to be human is to be imperfect. Suffering, failure, and inadequacy are not personal defects. They are fundamental parts of the shared human experience. Life is difficult for everyone. Everyone feels pain. Everyone makes mistakes. Instead of thinking, "What's wrong with me?" we can learn to think, "This is what it feels like when a human being struggles in this way." This simple shift in perspective dissolves the walls of isolation and connects our personal pain to the vast river of human experience. We are not alone. The third ingredient is mindfulness. This brings us back to the foundational practice we have already explored. To have compassion for our suffering, we must first be able to acknowledge it without being completely consumed by it. This is the difference between being caught in a hurricane and observing the hurricane from a safe and stable shelter. Our habit is often one of over-identification, where we become fused with our painful emotions. We don't just feel sadness, we are sadness. The feeling becomes our entire world. Mindfulness allows us to hold our pain in a more spacious and balanced awareness. We can acknowledge, this is a moment of deep sadness, or there is a feeling of shame present. This balanced perspective prevents us from being swept away. It allows us to be with our pain without becoming our pain, creating the space necessary for kindness and wisdom to arise. Many people, particularly in cultures that value strength and independence, resist the idea of self-compassion. They mistakenly equate it with weakness, self-pity, or simply letting yourself off the hook. But this is a profound misunderstanding. Self-pity is a state of isolation. It says, "Poor me," and marinates in the story of how our problems are special and unique. Self-compassion is a state of connection. It recognizes that suffering is universal. Self-indulgence is the habit of giving in to any whim to avoid discomfort, like eating an entire tub of ice cream to numb a painful feeling. Self-compassion, on the other hand, asks the question, what is truly and deeply kind for me right now? Sometimes, the most self-compassionate action is to do something difficult, to have a necessary but uncomfortable conversation, to get up and exercise when we feel lethargic, to apologize when we are wrong, because these actions support our long-term health and integrity. Far from being a weakness, self-compassion is a source of immense strength and resilience. It is the inner resource that gives us the courage to face our shortcomings honestly, because we know we will not be met with harsh judgment, but with kindness. It is what allows us to learn from our mistakes and to get back up again and again every time we fall. The profound journey from isolated, personal suffering to a vast, connected compassion is beautifully told in the ancient story of a woman named Kisa Gotami. Kisa Gotami was lost in a storm of unbearable grief. Her only child had died, and she could not accept it. Clinging to the child's small, lifeless body, she wandered through her village, desperately begging everyone she met for a medicine that could bring him back to life. Some mocked her, others pitied her, but no one could help. Eventually, a wise man directed her to the Buddha. The Buddha looked at her with immense tenderness, seeing the depth of her pain. He did not dismiss her impossible request. Instead, he said to her, "There is only one medicine that can help you. Go through the village and bring me back a single mustard seed. from any house where no one and no parent, no child, no spouse, no servanthus ever died. Filled with a desperate hope, Kisa Gotami began her quest. At the first house, a kind woman said, "Of course, I will give you a mustard seed." But when Kisa Gotami asked if death had ever visited the home, the woman's face fell. "Alas," she said, "I lost my husband just last year." Kisa Gotami went to the next house, and the next, and the next. The story was always the same. Every family was happy to give her a seed, but every family had been touched by death. One had lost a child, another a parent, another a sibling. The phrase she heard again and again was, "The living are few, but the dead are many." As she walked from door to door, a profound transformation began to take place. Her sharp, personal, isolating "Grief me, son, my pain" began to soften and expand. She realized that her suffering was not a unique curse. It was the shared universal sorrow of all human beings who love and lose. Her heart broke open, not with more grief, but with a deep, aching compassion for everyone. She was no longer alone. Returning to the Buddha without the mustard seed, she had found a far more powerful medicine: the wisdom of common humanity. This is the healing power of compassion. It takes our personal, painful story and places it in the context of the universal human story. So how do we practice this in a simple, tangible way? When you find yourself in a moment of difficulty, you can offer yourself what is called a self-compassion break. You can even place a hand gently over your heart, letting the warmth of your touch be an expression of kindness. Then, you can say silently to yourself these three things. First, this is a moment of suffering. This is mindfulness, simply acknowledging the truth of your present experience. Second, suffering is a part of life. This is common humanity, reminding yourself that you are not alone. And third, may I be kind to myself in this moment. This is the active wish of self-kindness. This simple practice can be a lifeline in moments of intense difficulty. It is the gentle hand that reaches in and skillfully extracts the second arrow of self-judgment. It is the warmth that allows the frozen, wounded parts of our hearts to begin to thaw. And as this warmth for ourselves grows, we will find that it does not stop at our own skin. It naturally begins to radiate outward, transforming our relationship with others and allowing us to meet the world with a braver and more open heart. As the warmth of self-compassion begins to thaw the frozen parts of our hearts, we learn to meet our own suffering with kindness. We create a safe inner refuge, a place where our failures and imperfections are met not with judgment, but with understanding. This is a profound inner shift. Yet, there is a particular form of suffering, common and corrosive in our modern world, that can still catch us off guard. It is the pain that arises not from our own misfortune, but from witnessing the good fortune of others. It is the sharp, familiar sting of envy. It is the hollow ache of comparison. It happens when a colleague receives the promotion you silently hoped for, when a friend announces a joyous life event, or most frequently, when we scroll through the curated highlight reels of other people's lives online, seeing their perfect vacations, happy families, and notable achievements. Each image can feel like a small judgment on our own life, reinforcing that nagging feeling of being left behind, of not being enough. This poison of comparison is a powerful fuel for our dissatisfaction, locking us in a state of silent, isolating misery. The root of envy lies in a deep and often unconscious worldview, the scarcity mindset. This is the ingrained belief that happiness, success, and good fortune are finite resources, like slices of a single pie. If someone else receives a large, generous slice, it logically means there is less available for us. This belief pits us against one another in a relentless, zero-sum game. Life becomes a competition. Another person's success feels like our failure. Another person's joy feels like a commentary on our lack. Another's light, shining brightly, seems to somehow diminish our own. When we are trapped in this mindset, we cannot genuinely celebrate the happiness of others, because on some level, we perceive it as a threat to our own potential for happiness. This is an exhausting and deeply painful way to live. It creates a barrier to true connection and forces us to inhabit a contracted, defensive, and lonely inner world. To heal this wound, Buddhist wisdom offers a radical and liberating antidote. It is a quality of heart known as mudita. Mudita is often translated as sympathetic joy or appreciative joy. It is the ability to feel genuine, selfless happiness in the good fortune, success, and well-being of others. It is the opposite of envy, where envy is a cold, tight contraction of the heart. Mudita is a warm, spacious expansion. It is a sublime state, considered one of the 4 divine abodes, or Brahma Viharas, alongside loving kindness, metta, compassion, karuna, and equanimity, upekkha. These are the most beautiful and boundless qualities of an awakened heart. The practice of mudita is a direct challenge to the scarcity mindset. It introduces a new and revolutionary premise. Happiness is not a limited commodity. It is an infinite, renewable resource. The universe is not a small, finite pie. It is a boundless ocean of potential joy. Someone else's happiness does not deplete the world's supply. In fact, when we learn to connect with it and appreciate it, it adds to the total measure of joy in the world. And most remarkably, it adds to the joy in our own hearts. Mudita operates from a principle of abundance. It understands that another person's light shining does not dim our own. It simply adds more light to the world. A light by which we can all see more clearly. To feel mudita is to feel genuinely glad that someone else is happy. It is a warm, uplifting, and connective experience. It breaks the chains of rivalry and allows us to participate in the happiness that surrounds us, rather than feeling excluded by it. Like any quality of the heart, mudita is a muscle that can be trained. For most of us, conditioned by a lifetime of comparison, it does not come easily at first. It requires a conscious and patient effort. The practice of cultivating mudita can be approached in steps. The first step is to start with someone for whom it is easy to feel joy. Bring to mind a person you love dearly, someone whose happiness is deeply connected to your own. It might be a beloved child, a cherished friend, or a mentor you admire. Picture this person in a moment of pure joy or success. Perhaps you see them laughing with abandon, or achieving a goal they have worked so hard for, or simply radiating a sense of deep peace and contentment. As you hold this image in your mind, allow yourself to connect with their happiness. Feel it. Let their joy touch your own heart. And then, you can offer them a silent wish. May your happiness and good fortune continue. I am so happy for you. Your joy is my joy. Pay attention to the sensations in your own body as you do this. You may notice a warmth, a lightness, a smile forming on your own lips. This is the feeling of mudita. Once you are familiar with this feeling, you can begin to stretch the muscle. The next step is to practice with a neutral person. Think of someone you see regularly, but have no strong feelings about, perhaps a cashier at the grocery store, a person you nod to on your commute, a neighbor down the street. You know nothing of their inner life, Now, imagine something wonderful happening to them. Perhaps they receive some unexpected good news, or they are greeted with a loving embrace by their family, or they simply enjoy a moment of quiet beauty. Try to extend the same wish to this neutral person. May you be happy. May your good fortune bring you joy. I wish you well. This practice begins to break down the walls of indifference and helps us to see the humanity in everyone around us, recognizing that we all share the same fundamental wish to be happy. The most potent and relevant training ground for mudita in our modern lives is often our relationship with social media. Imagine you are scrolling through your feed. You see a post from a friend who is on a spectacular vacation. The beach is perfect. They look radiant and happy. Notice, with mindfulness, your very first habitual reaction. Perhaps it is a subtle clenching, a pang of envy, a thought of, I wish that were me. This is the moment of choice. This is the pivot point. Instead of letting that feeling spiral into misery, you can pause. You can take a single conscious breath. You can look at the photograph again, but this time with a different intention. Deliberately shift your focus from your own feeling of lack to their experience of joy. Look at the genuine happiness on their face. Acknowledge that this is a fellow human being experiencing a moment of beauty and pleasure, and then make the conscious choice to practice mudita. You can say silently in your mind, "That looks wonderful. I am so happy that you are getting to experience that. May you enjoy every single moment." In that instant, feel the shift in your own energy. Feel the movement from the cold, isolating contraction of envy to the warm, connective expansion of shared joy. You have just transformed a moment of potential suffering into a moment of genuine connection and inner peace. This practice of choosing joy over envy is a radical act of rebellion. It is a rebellion against the cultural conditioning that tells us we must always be competing, always be measuring ourselves against others. It is the choice to celebrate rather than resent, to connect rather than compare. It frees us from the exhausting and lonely prison of our own ego's insecurities. Every time we are able to feel genuine joy for someone else's good fortune, we add a little more light to our own hearts and to the world around us. This ability to rejoice with those who are rejoicing and our compassionate ability to feel for those who are suffering both spring from a heart that is becoming more stable and resilient. To hold both the world's joy and its sorrow without being constantly thrown off balance requires a deep inner stability. It requires a quiet center that is not swayed by the changing winds of gain and loss, praise and blame. This leads us to the fourth and final of these sublime heart qualities, the profound, unshakable peace of equanimity. We have journeyed through the vast landscapes of the heart. We have learned to meet our own suffering with the gentle warmth of compassion, karuna. We have learned to meet the happiness of others with the selfless delight of appreciative joy, mudita. These qualities open our hearts, connecting us to ourselves and to the world in a more loving and expansive way. But for this open heart to be truly resilient, for it to not be overwhelmed by the endless joys and sorrows of the world, it must rest upon a deep and stable foundation. This foundation is the fourth and culminating of the four divine abodes, or sublime states. It is the profound, unshakable peace of upekkha, or equanimity. If compassion and joy are the beautiful light that radiates from the lamp of the heart, equanimity is the steady base that prevents the lamp from being knocked over. It is the calm, silent eye in the center of life's hurricane. To understand the peace of equanimity, we must first appreciate the force of the winds it is designed to withstand. In Buddhist thought, these are known as the 8 worldly winds, the inevitable and unpredictable currents of life that constantly threaten to push us off balance. They blow on everyone without exception, princes and paupers, saints and sinners. These winds come in 4 pairs of opposites. The first pair is pleasure and pain. This is the most fundamental level of our experience. Our nervous system is wired to seek pleasant sensations and to avoid painful ones. The second pair is gain and loss. This refers to our material fortunes, the joy of acquiring something new, a financial windfall or a promotion, and the corresponding pain of losing our possessions, our wealth, or our status. The third pair is fame and disrepute. This is about our reputation, our social standing. It is the intoxicating high of public recognition, of being seen and admired, and the bitter sting of being forgotten, marginalized, or spoken of poorly. The final pair is praise and blame. This is the daily currency of our interactions. It is the warmth we feel when someone compliments our work or our character, and the sharp hurt we feel when someone criticizes us, finds fault, or blames us for something gone wrong. These 8 winds are always blowing. A life lived in pursuit of only pleasure, gain, fame, and praise is a life of constant anxiety, because we know, deep down, that their opposites are always waiting. We cannot arrange our lives so that we only feel the favorable winds. Loss will follow gain, pain will follow pleasure, blame will follow praise, as surely as night follows day. The ordinary, unexamined life is one of being perpetually tossed about by these winds, elated one moment when the wind is at our back, and thrown into despair the next when it blows in our face. Equanimity is the practice of learning to stand firm, balanced, and centered, no matter which direction the wind is blowing from. It is the cultivation of an inner stability that does not depend on external conditions. It is absolutely crucial to understand that equanimity is not indifference or apathy. This is the most common misunderstanding, and it is the very opposite of the truth. Indifference is a closing of the heart. It is a state of numbness, of emotional shutdown. It sees suffering and says, "It's not my problem." It is a form of aversion, a way of protecting a fragile self by refusing to feel. Equanimity, on the other hand, is the result of a radically open and engaged heart. A heart with equanimity feels everything fully. It feels compassion for the pain. It feels joy for the happiness. But it does not get knocked over. It does not cling. The indifferent person sees someone fall and turns away. The equanimous person sees someone fall, feels the full measure of compassion for their pain, helps them to their feet with genuine care and attention, and then lets go without needing to be thanked or becoming enmeshed in the other person's drama. Equanimity is a paradoxical state of profound caring combined with a radical letting go of outcomes. It is the mountain that can feel the wind and the rain upon its surface, but whose deep core remains unmoved. It is the vast, open sky that allows both dark storm clouds and brilliant sunshine to pass through it without being changed by them. It is not cold and distant. It is spacious, wise, and filled with a quiet, unobtrusive warmth. This quality of non-reactive presence is beautifully illustrated in the story of a Zen master who lived in a small village at the foot of a massive, active volcano. One day, the ground began to tremble. A low rumbling sound echoed from the mountain, and a dark plume of smoke began to rise from its peak. The villagers, gripped by a primal fear, began to panic. They ran from their homes, crying and shouting, convinced that the volcano was about to erupt and that they were all going to die. A group of them ran to the master's simple hut, bursting in to find him sitting calmly, sipping a cup of tea. "Master, Master," they cried. "What are we going to do? The volcano is erupting. We are lost." The master looked up at their terrified faces, took another slow sip of his tea, and said with perfect calm, "The volcano rumbles. When it rumbles." The master was not being indifferent to the danger. He was not denying the reality of the situation. He was fully present with the facts. The ground is shaking. There is smoke in the air. That is what is. The villagers, however, were adding countless second arrows. They were layering a storm of catastrophic thoughts, future-based fears, and intense resistance on top of the raw facts. The master's equanimity was his ability to see reality as it was, without the thick, distorting filter of his own mental and emotional reactivity. His calm did not come from ignorance, but from a profound acceptance of the isness of the moment. And it is only from this place of clear seeing that wise and effective action can truly arise. Like the other qualities of the heart, equanimity can be cultivated through practice. The training ground is our own daily life, and the tool is our mindfulness. The practice involves learning to watch the mind's constant habit of pushing and pulling as you go about your day. Begin to notice this pattern. When a pleasant experience occurs, you taste something delicious. You hear a beautiful piece of music. Someone gives you a compliment. Watch the mind's immediate reaction. Notice the tendency to grasp, to cling, to think, "I want more of this. I hope this never ends." When you see this, you don't need to judge it. Simply make a soft mental note, grasping or wanting. Conversely, when an unpleasant experience occurs, you get stuck in traffic, you feel a headache coming on. Someone criticizes you, watch the mind's immediate resistance. Notice the tendency to push away, to contract, to think, "I hate this." Make it stop. Again, simply note it gently, resisting or aversion. The practice is not to force the mind to stop grasping and resisting. The practice is to become aware of this constant, impersonal pattern of reactivity. Through repeated observation, we begin to see this pushing and pulling not as me, but as a conditioned, almost mechanical habit of the mind. This awareness creates space. It loosens the grip of these reactions. We learn to experience pleasant things with full appreciation, but with less clinging. We can savor the taste without becoming desperate for the next bite. We learn to endure unpleasant things with more patience and less resistance. We can feel the pain of the headache without adding the extra layer of mental misery that rails against it. We learn to allow both pleasure and pain, praise and blame, gain and loss to pass through the vast space of our awareness, meeting both with the same balanced and steady heart. This is the gradual path to cultivating equanimity. Equanimity is the guardian of the other three sublime states. It ensures that our loving kindness doesn't become possessive attachment, that our compassion doesn't descend into burnout or pity, and that our sympathetic joy doesn't become giddy excitement. It is the balancing factor, the stable ground that allows the heart's expressions to be pure and wise. When our mind is no longer being violently tossed about by the 8 worldly winds, when it is no longer clouded by the mists of craving and aversion, we can, for the first time, see things clearly. We can see ourselves, others, and the world, not through the distorted lens of our likes and dislikes, but as they truly are. This clear seeing is the dawn of wisdom. With this balanced mind and wise heart, we are now fully equipped to revisit the very nature of our desires, not from a place of desperate need, but from a place of profound clarity. We are ready to learn the crucial art of distinguishing between the desires that lead us deeper into suffering and those that can illuminate our path to freedom. We have now arrived at a crucial turning point in our journey. We have stood in the eye of the hurricane, cultivating the stable mind of equanimity. With this newfound balance, we are no longer helplessly tossed about by the winds of life. From this place of clarity, we can now turn back to face the very source of our initial quest, the nature of desire itself. For many, the path of spiritual wisdom conjures an image of a cold, passionless ascetic, a person who has extinguished all desire and wants nothing from the world. This image can be intimidating, and for most of us, it feels both unattainable and undesirable. It suggests a life devoid of energy, of aspiration, of the very creative impulse that drives us to learn, to grow, and to love. But this is a fundamental misunderstanding of the path. The goal is not to become a lifeless stone. The goal is to become a wise gardener of the heart. It is not to eradicate the energy of desire, but to learn to distinguish between the desires that are toxic weeds, choking our spirit in the thorns of suffering, and those that are beautiful, nourishing plants that can flower into wisdom and joy. We are now ready to move beyond a relationship of fear and aversion to our desires and into a new, more sophisticated relationship of clarity, discernment, and wise cultivation. In the language of Buddhist psychology, the distinction is made between two fundamentally different kinds of desire. The first, which we have explored as a source of suffering, is tanha. The second, which can be a vital part of a meaningful life, is chanda. To learn the difference between them is to hold the key to transforming our lives. Let us examine them closely, side by side, so their distinct flavors become clear. Tanha is the word for the kind of desire rooted in craving and clinging. We have already felt its nature as a thirst, a demanding, needy urgency. It springs from a place of perceived lack. Its source is the insecure ego, the ghost in the machine that feels itself to be a separate, deficient, and incomplete entity. Because it feels this fundamental emptiness, it believes it must acquire things from the outside world: possessions, status, praise, sensory pleasures in order to feel whole and safe. Tanha is therefore fueled by the poisons of ignorance, greed, and aversion. It is born from the deluded belief that an external object or outcome will solve an internal problem. When you feel tanha, notice its quality. It is often hot, agitated, and restless. It creates a tension in the body, a contraction in the mind. The mind becomes fixated, even obsessed, with the object of desire. There is a have it energy that feels demanding and desperate. If this desire is frustrated, the result is predictable: anger, despair, envy, and self-pity. If the desire is fulfilled, the result is not lasting peace, but merely a fleeting moment of relief, a temporary silencing of the thirst. And very quickly, the ego, still feeling its fundamental insecurity, will find a new object to crave. This is the cycle of addiction, the relentless turning of the hedonic treadmill. Tanha is the craving for a new phone to feel modern, the desperate need for another person's approval to feel worthy, the obsessive desire for a perfect body to feel attractive. It is a desire that ultimately reinforces the ego and deepens the grooves of suffering. Chanda, on the other hand, is an entirely different energy. It is better translated as a wholesome intention, a heartfelt aspiration, or a deep interest. It is not about possessing or acquiring. It is about doing or becoming. It is the desire to act in a way that is skillful and beneficial. The source of chanda is not the ego's sense of lack, but the heart's capacity for wisdom and compassion. It arises from a sense of connection, from a genuine wish for the well-being of oneself and others. It is the energy that moves us toward growth, learning, and contribution. The quality of chanda is markedly different from the heat of tanha. It feels cooler, steadier, and more spacious. It is an energy that motivates and inspires without agitating. Think of the steady, powerful flow of a grand river rather than the frantic boiling of a pot on the stove. There is a sense of joy and engagement in the process itself, rather than a desperate fixation on the outcome. It is a love to do energy, not a have to have energy, because it is not dependent on a specific result for its satisfaction. It does not lead to the same kind of suffering. The joy is found in the very act of practicing, of learning, of helping. Chanda is the desire to master a musical instrument for the love of music. It is the aspiration to become a more patient and loving parent. It is the sincere wish to understand the nature of your own mind. It is the motivation to train as a doctor, to alleviate the suffering of others. In its highest form, the desire to attain enlightenment for the benefit of all beings is the ultimate expression of chanda. This kind of desire does not reinforce the ego. It is a path to dissolving it. So, the critical question becomes, how do we tell the difference in the heat of our own lives? How can we become these wise gardeners? The key is to develop a practice of mindful inquiry, to use our awareness as a kind of litmus test for the desires that arise in our minds. When a strong desire appears, the first step is always the same: pause. Instead of immediately identifying with it and acting on it, we create a space of mindfulness. We acknowledge its presence without judgment, simply noting, a desire has arisen. Then we can begin a gentle investigation, asking ourselves a series of questions. The first question explores the source. Why do I want this? What is the deep motivation here? We listen for the honest answer. Is the desire coming from a place of fear, comparison, or a feeling of inadequacy? Is it about proving my worth or making myself look good? If so, we can recognize it as the signature of tanha. Or is it coming from a place of genuine interest, from a wish to grow, to connect, or to contribute? Does it feel rooted in love and care for myself or others? If so, we can recognize the wholesome energy of chanda. The second question explores the felt sense of the desire. How does this feel in my body and mind right now? We tune into the subtle energetic signature of the desire. Does it feel tight, frantic, needy, or tense? Is there a quality of desperation or grasping? This is the texture of tanha. Or does the desire feel spacious, calm, and uplifting? Does it bring a sense of quiet purpose or joyful energy without the agitation? This is the texture of chanda. The final question explores the likely consequences. If I follow and nourish this desire, where will it lead? We use our wisdom to project into the future. Will pursuing this desire likely lead to more attachment, more complexity, more anxiety, and more potential for painful disappointment? Will it strengthen my ego and my habit of comparison? This is the path of tanha. Or will pursuing this desire likely lead to more peace, more skill, more wisdom, and more genuine connection? Will it benefit myself and those around me in the long run? Will the joy be in the journey itself, regardless of the outcome? This is the path of chanda. Let us apply this inquiry to the very common desire for more money. On the surface, it is just a desire for money. But using our inquiry, we can see it can come from two entirely different places. One person might feel the desire and, upon investigation, find the source is a deep-seated feeling of inferiority. The motivation is to buy a bigger house than their friends, to drive a car that makes people turn their heads, to wear clothes that signal status. The felt sense is one of anxious, competitive striving. The likely consequence is a life of more attachment, a deeper fear of loss, and a constant need to maintain an image. This is a clear case of tanha. Another person might feel the desire for more money, and upon investigation, find the source is a deep love for their family. The motivation is to provide a safe and healthy home, to give their children a good education, and to have the security to care for their parents in their old age. Perhaps it's also a wish to be able to give more generously to their community. The felt sense is one of purpose, responsibility, and care. The likely consequence is the well-being of their loved ones and a sense of integrity. This is a clear case of chanda. The object of desire is the same. The wisdom lies in understanding its root. Once we can distinguish between the weeds and the flowers, the work of gardening the mind can truly begin. This work is twofold: consciously planting wholesome seeds while gently removing the unwholesome ones. The foundation for this work is the healthy soil we have been preparing, all along the soil of mindfulness, compassion, and equanimity. Without this, nothing can grow well. To plant the seeds of chanda, we must be intentional. We can begin each day by setting a clear, wholesome intention. Upon waking, you might say to yourself, "Today, my aspiration is to be patient in the face of difficulty." Or, "Today, I will practice listening with my full attention." This simple act orients the mind and plants a seed of wise desire that will guide your actions throughout the day. We can also water these seeds by surrounding ourselves with inspiration. We can read texts that uplift us, listen to the words of wise teachers, and spend time with people who embody the qualities we wish to cultivate. When we are inspired by another's kindness or wisdom, it awakens the chanda within us to develop those same qualities. And when we ourselves manage to act from a place of chanda, it is important to acknowledge it. Feel the quiet, deep satisfaction that comes from acting with integrity. This positive reinforcement helps the wholesome pathways in our brain to grow stronger. Dealing with the weeds of tanha requires a different kind of skill. We do not get rid of them by yanking at them with violence and hatred, for that is just another form of aversion. We weed with gentle, mindful wisdom. Our primary tool is the very practice of inquiry we just explored. When we see a grasping desire clearly, when we recognize its ego-driven source, its agitated feeling, and its probable painful consequences, its power over us is dramatically reduced. It is exposed as a poor and unreliable strategy for happiness. The spell is broken. We can then practice a gentle release. We don't need to suppress the thought or shame ourselves for having it. We can simply say, "Ah, there is that old craving for external validation again. I see you." And then, with kindness, we can consciously choose to place our attention elsewhere, back on our breath, on our current task, or on a more wholesome intention. It is like being in a supermarket, seeing a brightly packaged but unhealthy snack, acknowledging the momentary appeal, and then consciously placing a fresh, healthy apple in your basket instead. There is no need for a dramatic inner battle. It is a quiet, conscious choice. This work of gardening the mind is not a one-time project. It is the patient, continuous practice of a lifetime. The deep-rooted weeds of craving will certainly grow back. But we need not despair. Every time we mindfully see a desire and choose the path of chanda over the path of tanha, we are tending our garden. Over time, the nourishing plants of wisdom, generosity, and peace will grow stronger and more vibrant, and the weeds of craving will find less and less sunlight and space in which to thrive. We move from being a helpless slave to every passing whim, to becoming a wise and compassionate steward of our own precious life energy. We learn to embrace and cultivate the aspirations that bring meaning and purpose, while smiling with gentle recognition at the phantom cravings of the ego, allowing them to arise and pass away without granting them the power to define our lives. This wise stewardship is made even more powerful when we learn to shift our focus away from what we lack and onto the vast goodness that is already present. To make this turn is to discover the transformative and healing magic of gratitude. We have been learning to become wise gardeners of our minds, skillfully distinguishing between the wholesome aspirations that lead to freedom and the grasping cravings that lead to suffering. This is a profound skill, a way of steering our life's energy with wisdom. Yet, there is another powerful practice that works in beautiful harmony with this discernment. It is a practice that can, in an instant, shift our entire perspective from one of lack to one of abundance. It is the secret of the alchemist, the ability to transform the lead of our dissatisfaction into the gold of contentment. This secret is the simple, yet revolutionary power of gratitude. Our minds, for very good evolutionary reasons, have developed what is known as a negativity bias. To ensure the survival of our ancestors, the brain became highly skilled at scanning the environment for threats, problems, dangers, and deficits. It was far more important to notice the one tiger in the bushes than the 99 beautiful flowers surrounding it. The mind became like Velcro for negative experiences, holding onto them tightly, and like Teflon for positive ones, letting them slide right off. While this trait was essential for survival in a prehistoric world, in our modern lives, it has become a primary source of our chronic dissatisfaction. Our minds are constantly scanning for what is wrong, what is missing, what is not good enough in ourselves and our lives. This is the very soil in which the weeds of tanha, of craving, grow most fiercely. Gratitude is the direct and potent counter-practice to this default setting. It is not a sentimental platitude or a form of self-deception. It is a rigorous and conscious training of the mind to notice the goodness that is already present, to acknowledge the flowers as well as the tigers. The alchemy of gratitude lies in its ability to shift the spotlight of our attention. The state of unfulfilled desire is, by its very nature, a state of being focused on a gap. Our attention is fixated on the space between what we have and what we want. We live our lives in this gap, feeling its emptiness, its sense of not yet. Gratitude does not necessarily deny that a gap exists, but it performs a radical shift of focus. It consciously turns the spotlight of attention away from the emptiness of the gap and illuminates the fullness of what is already here, right now. Imagine your life is a vast room. The mind of craving, of tanha, is like a camera that is zoomed in with a powerful lens. On the one cracked tile in the corner of the floor, it sees only the imperfection, the flaw, and it broadcasts this image to us constantly, convincing us that the entire room is defined by this one crack. Gratitude is the simple, conscious act of panning the camera up. It is zooming out to take in the whole view, the sturdy walls, the protective roof, the light streaming through the window, the comfortable furniture. The cracked tile is still there, but it is seen in its proper perspective, as one small part of a much larger and often beautiful reality. This is not about pretending the crack doesn't exist. It is about refusing to let the crack define our entire experience. This practice of redirecting our attention can be cultivated through simple, concrete exercises that over time can literally rewire the neural pathways in our brain. One of the most effective methods is keeping a gratitude journal. The practice is simple. At the end of each day, take just a few moments to write down 3 to 5 specific things from your day for which you are genuinely grateful. The key here is specificity. It is good to be grateful for your family, but it is far more potent to write down the way my child laughed with pure joy this afternoon, or the quiet moment of connection I felt when my partner brought me a cup of tea without my asking. This specificity forces the mind to scan the day, not for problems, but for moments of grace. It trains us to become detectives of delight, to actively hunt for the good. Over time, you begin to notice these moments as they happen, because you know you will be looking for them later. The world starts to reveal its hidden goodness more readily. For those who are not inclined to write, a mental reflection can be just as powerful. As you lie in bed before sleep, or upon waking in the morning, mentally scan through the previous day. Allow your mind to land on a few moments, people, or experiences that brought even a flicker of warmth or ease. Replay these moments in your mind. See the sights, hear the sounds, and most importantly, try to reconnect with the feeling of appreciation in your body. Let that feeling of warmth spread through your chest. This practice changes our relationship with our memories, teaching us to savor the positive rather than just ruminating on the negative. The next layer of practice is to cultivate gratitude for the countless ordinary things we take completely for granted. We can begin with our own bodies. Even if your body experiences pain or illness, can you find a moment of gratitude for the parts that are still working, for the heart that is beating tirelessly, a rhythm that has sustained you every second of your life, for the lungs that draw in the air, fueling your every action, for the miracle of your eyes that can perceive a spectrum of color, or your ears that can hear music and the voices of loved ones. We can extend this to the simple foundations of our lives. The feeling of clean water during a shower, the comfort and safety of a bed, the roof over our head that protects us from the elements, the simple fact of having enough food to eat. In many parts of the world, these are not ordinary things, they are extraordinary luxuries. By consciously acknowledging them, we anchor ourselves in a reality of profound abundance, regardless of our financial or social status. Ultimately, we can even find gratitude for the breath itself, the ultimate object of our mindfulness practice. Each breath is a gift, an intimate connection to life, freely available in every single moment. The tragedy of a mind that lacks gratitude is powerfully illustrated in an old story about a beggar and a king. A compassionate king, walking through his city, saw a beggar huddled in a corner, miserable and destitute, wanting to bestow a great gift. The king gave the beggar a single, perfect, heavy gold coin. For a fleeting instant, the beggar was overcome with ecstatic joy. He had never held such wealth, but almost immediately, the craving mind, the mind of Tanha, took over. A thought arose. This single coin is wonderful, but it is not enough to truly change my life. If only I had a whole bag of these coins, then I would be secure. A moment later, another thought came. Why just a bag? The king has a whole treasury full of them. If only I had the key to the treasury, I would be truly happy. And then a final, agonizing thought. Why just have the key? Why am I not the king, who owns the entire gold mine from which all these coins come? In the space of a few moments, the concrete, life-changing reality of the gold coin in his hand was completely eclipsed by the misery of the imaginary gold mine he did not possess. He was materially richer than he had ever been, but in his mind, he had become infinitely poorer. This is the curse of the ungrateful mind. It dismisses the blessings that are present in its frantic, painful obsession with what is absent. Gratitude is the practice of learning to see, to feel, and to cherish the single, real gold coin in our hand. When we cultivate gratitude, we are performing a quiet revolution against the central pillars of modern dissatisfaction. Gratitude is the sworn enemy of materialism because it teaches us that our well-being comes not from the endless acquisition of more things, but from the deep appreciation of what we already have. It is the sworn enemy of comparison and envy, because when we are genuinely filled with thankfulness for the unique fabric of our own life, the successes and joys of others no longer feel like a threat or a judgment. We can be happy for them because we are content in ourselves. Gratitude closes the gap. It reveals the profound truth that the present moment, when met with a full and appreciative awareness, is already complete. The state of enough is not a destination we reach after a long and arduous journey of fulfilling all our desires. It is a state of mind we can access right here, right now. It is the simple, honest, and transformative power of being truly thankful. This profound sense of fullness and appreciation for what is naturally leads us to a deeper, more intimate engagement with our lives as they unfold in the only time that truly exists, the here and now. We have learned to tend the garden of our hearts, to wisely cultivate wholesome desires, while gently letting go of the weeds of craving. We have discovered the alchemy of gratitude, the power to transform a sense of lack into a feeling of profound abundance by appreciating what is already here. Both of these practices point us toward a single luminous truth, a truth so simple it is often overlooked, yet so profound, it holds the key to liberation from anxiety and dissatisfaction. It is the truth of the present moment. For all our striving, all our planning, all our remembering, the only time that life ever truly happens, the only time we are ever truly alive, is right here, right now. And yet, we are a species of phantom time travelers. Though our bodies are always firmly planted in the present, our minds are almost never here with them. Our attention lives in a constant state of transit between two imaginary destinations, the past and the future. The first destination is the past. We wander through the halls of this mental museum constantly. Sometimes, we linger in the hall of regrets, our minds replaying painful conversations, embarrassing mistakes, and missed opportunities over and over, as if by re-examining the ashes, we could somehow resurrect the flame. We torture ourselves with what-ifs and if-onlys, haunted by ghosts of our own making. Other times, we get lost in the hall of nostalgia, clinging to idealized memories of the good old days, a time when we believe we were happier, younger, or more carefree. This act of glorifying the past serves only to make the present seem pale and deficient in comparison. Whether we are bound by regret or nostalgia, the result is the same. We are chained to a time that is gone forever. The past has no more substance than a dream upon waking. The second, and perhaps more common, destination is the future. This is a vast, nebulous territory of fantasy, projection, and most of all, anxiety. We spend the majority of our waking hours rehearsing for a future that has not arrived and may never happen in the way we imagine. Our minds become a relentless planning committee, trying to control every variable, to mitigate every possible risk. We live in a constant state of, what if? What if I fail? What if I get sick? What if they don't like me? What if I'm not prepared? This constant projection is the very definition of anxiety. It is the experience of suffering in advance, a reality that does not yet exist. We sacrifice the peace of the present moment on the altar of a fearful future fantasy. But the future, like the past, is an illusion. It is a concept, a thought form, with no concrete reality. To live there is to live in a dream. This ceaseless time traveling is the primary engine of our discontent. We are like ghosts floating through our own lives, never fully present for the experience of living. Peace is not found by somehow fixing the unchangeable past, nor is it found by perfectly controlling the unknowable future. Peace is found when we finally, willingly, end our travels and arrive home, in the only moment that has ever been real, the only place where life can actually be lived, the here and now. From a pragmatic, experiential perspective, the past and future are unreal. What you call the past is simply a memory, which is a collection of neural pathways firing in your brain right now. The memory itself is a present moment event. And this memory is not a perfect recording. It is a story, edited and colored by your current mood, your beliefs, and the passage of time. To be tormented by regret is to allow a present moment thought about a time that is gone to cause you suffering now. Similarly, what you call the future is simply a projection, a fantasy, another collection of thoughts and images appearing in your consciousness right now. Anxiety is nothing more than identifying with these future-oriented thoughts and believing them to be real. The simple, liberating truth is that you have never, not for one single instant, experienced anything outside of the present moment. It is the only field of experience you have ever known. This moment, this now, is your ultimate point of power. You cannot change a single thing that happened in the past. You cannot perform a single action in the future. You can only think, speak, act, choose, learn, feel, and experience in this present moment. To constantly have your attention lost in the past or the future is to abdicate your power, to give up your agency over the only part of your life you can actually influence. The practice of returning to the present is the practice of reclaiming your life. So how do we do this? How do we arrive home when we have been wandering for so long? The portal is simple and always accessible. The mind is the time traveler, but the body is always, unequivocally, in the present. Therefore, the pathway back to the now is through your senses. You can try this right now. Gently shift your attention from the stream of thoughts to the raw data of your senses. Start with seeing, without labeling or naming. Just let your eyes receive the light and color around you. Notice the play of light and shadow, the particular shade of the walls, the shape of an object in your field of vision. Just see. Now, open your awareness to hearing, without straining to listen. Simply allow the soundscape of your environment to come to you. You might hear the hum of electronics, the distant sound of traffic, the chirping of a bird, or perhaps just the quiet sound of your own breathing. Notice the sounds, but also notice the silence from which the sounds arise and into which they dissolve. Now, turn to the sensations of touch. Feel the air on your skin. Feel the texture of your clothing against your body. Feel the solid ground beneath your feet, or the support of the chair you are sitting on. Feel the undeniable, physical reality of your body being here. This practice of feeling your connection to the ground is a powerful way to anchor yourself in the present. This sensory homecoming pulls the plug on the time-traveling mind and lands you squarely in the reality of the here and now. There is a famous story that beautifully illustrates this way of being. A student approached a great Zen master and asked, "Master, You seem so peaceful, and you have lived such a long life. What is your secret?" The master smiled and replied, "It is very simple. When I eat, I eat. When I walk, I walk. When I sleep, I sleep." The student, looking puzzled, said, "But master, everybody does that." The master shook his head gently. "No," he said. "Most people, when they are eating, are not really eating. They are worrying about work, planning their afternoon, or replaying a past argument. Their minds are 1,000 miles away. When they are walking, their minds are already at their destination. Because they are never fully where they are never truly alive. That is the difference." This simple story is a profound teaching on meditation in action. It shows us that we do not need to be sitting on a meditation cushion to practice being present. Every moment of our lives is an opportunity. Consider the mundane task of washing a dish. We can do it on autopilot, our minds lost in thought, resenting the chore. Or we can transform it into a profound meditation. We can feel the warmth of the water on our hands. We can see the iridescent, rainbow colors of the soap bubbles. We can hear the sound of the sponge against the plate. We can be so fully present with the act of washing this one dish that, for a few moments, the dish becomes the entire universe. There is no past, no future, only the feeling of warm water and the sight of a clean plate. In that moment of total presence, there is no stress, no anxiety, no problem. There is only the simple, peaceful reality of what is. You can apply this to any activity. Drinking your morning coffee, feeling the warmth of the mug, smelling the rich aroma, truly tasting each sip. By bringing this quality of attention to the ordinary, we discover that there is no such thing as an ordinary moment. This practice of inhabiting the now is the most direct way to work with our unfulfilled desires. The majority of our painful, grasping desires, tanha, are promises of future happiness. Our mind tells us, "I will finally be happy when I get that promotion," or "I will be able to relax when this difficult project is over," or "My life will be complete when I find the perfect partner." Peace and happiness are perpetually postponed, held hostage by a future that may never arrive. When we bring our full, undivided attention into the present moment, this entire structure of future-based desire begins to crumble. Its fuel source the fantasy of a better time to Comey's cut off. When you feel a wave of anxiety, recognize it as a clear signal that your mind has traveled into the future. The anxiety is not a reaction to what is happening now. It is a reaction to a catastrophic story you are telling yourself about what might happen. The antidote is immediate and physical. Bring your attention back to your body. Feel your feet making firm contact with the floor. Name 5 different things you can see in the room right now. Listen for 3 distinct sounds. Feel your breath flowing in and out. This act of sensory grounding yanks your consciousness out of the imaginary future and plants it back in the safety and reality of the present. Ask yourself, in this exact moment, right now, am I safe? In this exact moment, is there a catastrophe? The answer is almost always no. In this exact moment, you are just sitting, breathing. The anxiety, which is a product of thought, cannot survive for long in the clear, thought-free light of present moment awareness. This reveals one of the most liberating truths of the spiritual path. Peace is not a destination at the end of a long road, a prize to be won after all our worldly desires have been satisfied. Peace is here, now. It is the very nature of this present moment, when we are not obscuring it with our thoughts about the past and future. The frantic search for happiness out there in some future time is the very activity that prevents us from discovering the quiet, simple peace that is always available in here, right now. Your life is not one long, continuous story. It is a series of present moments, strung together like pearls. The only thing that truly exists is this single pearl, this one now. The entire quality of your life is determined by the quality of your attention, your presence. In each of these unfolding moments, you do not need to go anywhere or achieve anything more to find your life. You only need to arrive where you already are. To truly inhabit this present moment, however, requires that we stop fighting with it. It demands that we learn to trust reality as it unfolds, which leads us to the gentle, yet powerful, art of acceptance. We have learned to anchor ourselves in the only moment that truly exists, the here and now. We have practiced arriving in the present through our senses, reclaiming our lives from the phantom realms of the past and the future. But this leads us to a vital and practical question. What happens when the present moment is not the one we want? What do we do when the now is filled with difficulty, frustration, or pain? Our habitual, deeply conditioned response is to fight. An inner war breaks out. The mind immediately begins its litany of protest. This shouldn't be happening. It's not fair. I can't stand this. This must change. Right now. This internal argument with reality, this mental and emotional resistance to what is the very essence of stress, anxiety, and suffering. It is a state of constant friction, a war between our desires and the facts of our life. The path of wisdom offers us a way to declare a truce in this exhausting inner war. It offers us the gentle, yet profoundly powerful, practice of acceptance. Before we go any further, it is crucial to understand what acceptance is, and perhaps more importantly, what it is not. The word acceptance can be easily misunderstood. It often conjures images of passivity, resignation, or helpless defeat. This is not at all what we mean. Acceptance is not giving up. It is not becoming a doormat and allowing others to treat you poorly. It does not mean that you have to like, approve of, or condone a difficult or unjust situation. You can fully accept the reality that an injustice is occurring, and that very acceptance can become the fuel for your determined action to change it. Acceptance is not weakness. It is the foundation of true strength. So, what is acceptance? At its core, acceptance is the simple, courageous, and clear-eyed acknowledgement of reality as it is, right now, without the distorting filter of our personal preferences. It is the moment we stop arguing with what has already happened or what is currently happening. It is the mind saying, with a quiet and sober clarity, okay, this is the situation I am in. This is what is true in this moment. This clear seeing is the non-negotiable first step toward any form of wise action. You cannot find your way out of a forest if you are still denying that you are lost. You cannot begin to heal a wound if you refuse to admit that you have been injured. You cannot solve a problem that you refuse to fully acknowledge. Resistance keeps us stuck in a fantasy of how things should be, which prevents us from dealing skillfully with things as they are. Acceptance, therefore, is not the end of action. It is the beginning of effective and intelligent action. It is the act of planting our feet firmly on the solid ground of reality, so we have a stable place from which to take our next step. It is the ultimate way to stop firing the second arrow. The painful event is the first arrow. Our mental resistance, our inner tantrum of, "this shouldn't be," is the second arrow that creates all the tension, stress, and prolonged misery. Acceptance is the simple, powerful act of lowering the bow and arrow. We can practice this art of acceptance in two primary arenas: the external world and our own internal world. The external world provides us with constant opportunities. Think of a common frustration, like being caught in a major traffic jam when you are already running late. The resistance response is familiar to us all. Your body tenses up, your grip tightens on the steering wheel, your mind races with angry and anxious thoughts. You might honk your horn or curse at other drivers. All of this internal turmoil achieves absolutely nothing to move the traffic along. It only serves to flood your own body with stress hormones and make you miserable. The acceptance response begins with a single conscious breath. It is the acknowledgement. Okay, I am in a traffic jam. This is what is happening right now. Arguing with it is useless. In the space that this acceptance creates, you become free. You are no longer a prisoner of your own reactivity. From this calmer place, you can make a wise choice. You could listen to an interesting podcast. You could make a non-urgent phone call, or you could simply use the time as an opportunity to practice mindfulness, feeling your breath and observing the world around you without judgment. Acceptance turns a moment of guaranteed suffering into a potential moment of peace. The second, and often more challenging arena, is our own inner world. This is the practice of accepting our own thoughts and emotions, just as they are, without immediately fighting them or believing them. We have already touched on this when we learn to sit with discomfort. Acceptance is the foundation of that practice. When a wave of anxiety arises, can we accept its presence as a physical sensation in the body, the fluttering in the stomach, the tightness in the chest, without adding the second arrow of "I shouldn't be feeling anxious"? When a harsh, self-critical thought appears in the mind, can we accept its presence as a mere mental event, a passing cloud, without either believing its content or trying to violently suppress it? This internal acceptance does not mean we are our thoughts or our feelings. In fact, it does the opposite. By accepting their presence without getting entangled, we see that we are the spacious awareness in which the thoughts and feelings are occurring. We are the sky, not the weather. This creates a profound sense of inner freedom and resilience. The inner storms no longer have the same power to capsize us. There is a timeless parable that captures the essence of resistance versus acceptance with perfect clarity. In a field, there grew a mighty and proud oak tree, and by the riverbank next to it grew a slender, humble reed. The oak tree, glorying in its own strength and size, would often mock the reed. "Look at how weak you are," the oak would boast. "You bow and tremble at the slightest breeze, while I stand firm and unyielding against the fiercest gales." One night, a terrible storm, a true hurricane, descended upon the land. The wind howled with an unimaginable force. The great oak tree stood its ground, resisting the wind with all its rigid might. It strained and groaned, refusing to bend, fighting a battle against the overwhelming power of the storm. Finally, with a deafening crack, the massive trunk of the proud oak tree snapped in two, and it came crashing to the earth, destroyed. The next morning, the sun rose on a calm and peaceful scene. The mighty oak was a ruin, and the slender reed, which had simply bent low to the ground, yielding completely to the force of the wind, and offering no resistance, gently straightened itself up again in the morning light, entirely unharmed. We are, in every moment of difficulty, faced with this choice. Will we be the oak, or will we be the reed? The oak represents the rigid ego mind, clinging to its idea of how things ought to be, fighting a futile and exhausting war against the powerful and unpredictable storms of life. Its rigidity is its downfall. It is brittle, and so it breaks. The reed represents the wise and flexible mind of acceptance. It does not waste its energy fighting reality. It yields. It adapts. It bends with the forces that are so much larger than itself. Its strength is not found in its rigidity, but in its resilience. It survives not by fighting, but by flowing. Acceptance is, ultimately, the simple but courageous act of saying yes to the present moment. It is a yes to reality. This is not the yes of a defeated soldier surrendering to the enemy. It is the yes of a wise sailor who, instead of cursing the wind, adjusts their sails to work with it. The moment we stop our inner war against what is, all the energy we were wasting on futile resistance becomes available to us. It is freed up for healing, for learning, for creative, problem-solving, and for compassionate action. Acceptance is the key that unlocks the door of the prison we have built for ourselves with our own resistance. It allows us to stop struggling with life and to start living it. And when we can truly accept the reality of this moment, a natural and beautiful consequence follows. Our desperate, white-knuckled grip on how we think things should be begins to soften, leading us to the profound and liberating practice of letting go. We have learned to stand firmly in the reality of the present moment, practicing the gentle art of acceptance. Acceptance is the clear and courageous seeing of things as they are, but seeing is only the first step. Once we have clearly seen the stone we are clutching in our hand, the next vital act on the path to freedom is the conscious and deliberate choice to open our hand and let the stone drop. This is the practice of letting go. So much of our human suffering, so much of the tension we carry in our bodies and the agitation we feel in our minds comes from walking through life with our fists tightly clenched. We clench our fists around our expectations of how life should be. We clench them around the painful grievances of the past. We clench them around our desperate plans for the future. We clench them around our fragile identities, our opinions, and our beliefs. This constant state of inner clenching is exhausting. It is a resistance to the natural, flowing, impermanent nature of life itself. The practice of letting go, therefore, is not a passive act of loss or defeat. It is an active, intentional, and profoundly liberating act of unclenching. It is the decision to stop fighting, to stop holding on so tightly. It is the verb form of peace, the physical and emotional expression of a heart that is learning to trust the flow of the river of life. Perhaps the most pervasive form of clinging in our modern, goal-oriented world is our attachment to specific outcomes. From a young age, we are taught to set goals, to strive for success, and to measure our worth by our achievements. This can be a source of positive motivation, but it becomes a source of deep suffering when we fuse our entire sense of well-being to the attainment of a particular result. We tell ourselves, "I will only be happy if I get this specific job," or "My life will be a failure unless this relationship works out," or "This project must be a perfect success," or "It means I am not good enough." This is a recipe for anxiety because it places our inner peace in the hands of external factors that are largely, and often completely, outside of our control. The wisdom of letting go invites us to make a crucial distinction between our effort and the outcome. We have a great deal of influence over our intentions and our actions in the present moment. We can choose to act with integrity, with diligence, with kindness, and with the full measure of our skill. We have very little, and sometimes zero, control over the final result. The outcome of any endeavor is a confluence of countless intersecting causes and conditions the actions of other people, the state of the economy, the weather, pure chance. To attach our self-worth to the outcome is to gamble our peace of mind on a game we cannot control. The practice, then, is to learn to pour our whole heart into the process, into the quality of our effort, and then to release our claim on the result. It is a profound act of trust. It is the understanding that we can only do our part. Imagine a master archer standing before a target. She has complete control over her stance, the stability of her body. She has control over her breath, making it calm and even. She has control over the way she draws the bowstring, the focus of her gaze, and the clean release of the arrow. Her art is in the perfection of these actions. But the moment the arrow leaves the bow, it enters a world she cannot control. A sudden, unseen gust of wind might arise and carry the arrow slightly off course. Does this mean she is a bad archer? Number, her excellence was in the shot itself, in the harmony of mind, body, and intention. The wise archer finds her deepest satisfaction in the quality of her action, not merely in the prize of hitting the bullseye. In the same way, we can learn to find fulfillment in working with passion and integrity, in parenting with love and patience, in creating with joy and diligence, and then letting the results unfold as they will. This is not apathy. It is a mature and peaceful engagement with life. We do our best, and then we let go. Just as we cling to outcomes in the future, we cling with equal, if not greater, tenacity to the stories of our past. Many of us travel through life carrying heavy, invisible luggage filled with old grievances, resentments, and regrets. We may have been hurt by someone years, or even decades ago, yet in our minds, we keep the wound fresh by replaying the scene over and over, nurturing our anger and sense of injustice. The wisdom of letting go reminds us of a stark truth. Holding on to anger and resentment is like drinking poison yourself and waiting for the other person to die. The person who hurt you may be living their life completely unaware of your inner turmoil. The only person being harmed by the poison of your resentment is you. It corrodes your peace, saps your energy, and taints your present moment experience. Forgiveness, in this context, is not necessarily about reconciliation. It is not about condoning what the other person did or saying that it was okay. Forgiveness is primarily an act of self-love. It is for your benefit. It is the courageous decision to put down the heavy bag of poison you have been carrying. It is the choice to say, I will no longer allow what happened in the past to ruin my present. It is the act of cutting the energetic cord that binds you to that person and that painful memory so that you can finally be free. This is beautifully illustrated in the well-known story of two Zen monks on a long pilgrimage. One was an older, senior monk, and the other a young, earnest junior. They came to a wide river with a swift current. On the riverbank stood a beautiful young woman in fine clothes, looking distressed and afraid to cross. Seeing her plight, the older monk, without a word, walked over, hoisted her onto his back, waded through the rushing water, and gently set her down on the other side. He then continued on his way. The younger monk was utterly scandalized. Their strict monastic vows explicitly forbade them from even touching a woman, let alone carrying one in such an intimate way. He was filled with righteous indignation, but he said nothing, fuming in silence as they walked. An hour passed, 2 hours. His mind was a storm of judgment and criticism. He replayed the scene again and again, his anger growing with every step. Finally, miles down the road, he could contain himself no longer. He burst out, "Brother, how could you do that? You know we are forbidden. You have broken our most sacred vows by touching that woman." The older monk turned to him, his face calm and his eyes filled with a gentle amusement. He looked at his agitated companion and said softly, "Brother, I left that woman by the riverbank hours ago. Why are you still carrying her? This story reveals our own condition. We are so often like the young monk, carrying people, arguments, and injustices from our past with us, long after the event is over. Letting go is the simple act of realizing that we can, at any moment, leave them by the riverbank. This applies not only to our grievances against others, but also to the grievances we hold against ourselves. We carry the heavy burden of our own past mistakes, our regrets. We cringe at the memory of something foolish we said or did years ago. Letting go of regret is the practice of self-forgiveness. It is looking back at your younger self, the person who made that mistake, and seeing them not with harsh judgment, but with compassion. That person was operating with the knowledge, the awareness, and the emotional maturity they had at the time. They were doing the best they could. You cannot change what they did, but you can change your relationship to it now. You can stop punishing yourself for being imperfect. You can offer that younger version of yourself a silent message of peace, and in doing so, you can finally let the past be the past. A final, more subtle form of letting go is the practice of releasing our rigid blueprint for how life should be. We all carry around a detailed set of unspoken rules and expectations. My children should behave in a certain way. My career should have progressed further by this point. A holiday should be relaxing and fun. People should be more considerate. This little word, should, is a constant source of friction and disappointment. It is a perpetual argument with reality. Life is a wild, unpredictable, and messy improvisation, but we are trying to force it to follow our neat and tidy personal script. We suffer from the gap between our rigid blueprint and the fluid reality of life itself. Letting go of should means relaxing our grip on this mental blueprint. It means replacing the demanding energy of should with the open-hearted curiosity of is. Instead of, my partner should know what I need, we can meet the reality of, this is what my partner is doing right now. Perhaps I need to communicate my needs more clearly. This shift moves us from a state of childish demand to one of mature, responsive action. It is an embrace of the freedom of not knowing, of allowing life to surprise us, to teach us, and to unfold in ways our limited blueprints could never have imagined. Ultimately, the practice of letting go is the practice of creating space. When we unclench our fists, when we let go of our tight grip on outcomes, on past stories, on how we think things should be, an immense inner spaciousness is created. And in this space, peace can finally land. In this space, new and unexpected possibilities can emerge. We are no longer weighed down by burdens we were never meant to carry. The open hand can both give and receive with ease. The clenched fist can do neither. Letting go is not an act of emptiness. It is the act that finally makes us available to receive the boundless fullness of life. This newfound lightness and inner space naturally allows us to reevaluate what is truly essential. When we are not burdened by the complex weight of the past or anxious attachments to the future, we can begin to discover the profound beauty and joyful wisdom of living a simpler life. Having learned the liberating art of letting go, of opening our clenched fists to release the burdens of the past and the anxieties of the future, a new kind of inner space begins to open up within us. We feel a sense of lightness, of freedom. Into this newfound space, we can now look at our lives, both inner and outer, with fresh eyes. This leads us to a direct and honest examination of the world we have built around ourselves, our homes, our schedules, our habits, and to the profound wisdom of simplicity. We live in a world that shouts a single, pervasive message from every screen and billboard. Happiness is available for purchase. The promise of consumer culture is that a better, more fulfilling life is just one more acquisition away. A new phone will make you more connected. A new car will make you more adventurous. A new fashion will make you more desirable. A bigger house will make you more successful. We are taught to believe that more is always better, more things, more choices, more activities, more information. And so, we accumulate. We fill our homes with possessions, our calendars with obligations, our minds with endless streams of digital noise, all in the restless pursuit of this promised happiness. But we must pause and ask ourselves, with sincere honesty, has this pursuit of more actually led to more peace? For most of us, the answer is a quiet, resounding no. The reality is often the very opposite. Our cluttered homes, filled with things we rarely use, become a source of stress and a constant low-grade demand on our attention. Our overflowing schedules, packed with commitments we felt we should make, leave us feeling exhausted, fragmented, and with no time for quiet reflection or spontaneous joy. Our minds, drowning in a relentless flood of news, emails, and social media updates, become agitated and distracted, unable to focus deeply or to hear the subtle whispers of our own intuition. The stark truth is that our possessions often end up possessing us. Our endless options lead not to freedom, but to decision fatigue. The frantic pursuit of more has not delivered on its promise of happiness. It has delivered a state of chronic complexity, overwhelm, and a deep, unspoken anxiety. Simplicity, then, is not a practice of deprivation or poverty. It is a conscious and courageous rebellion against this exhausting cultural narrative. It is the liberating art of discerning the essential from the non-essential, of intentionally clearing away the clutter so that we can finally make space for what truly matters. To walk the path of simplicity, we must first understand the psychology of our own clutter. Why do we accumulate so much, far beyond what we need for a comfortable and functional life? The roots lie deep in the soil of the ego, the insecure sense of self we have already examined. The ego, feeling its own phantom-like nature, attempts to make itself feel more real and solid by possessing things. Every object it can label as mine becomes another brick in the fortress it is trying to build around its own emptiness. Our closets become armories of identity. Our garages become museums of past hobbies and future intentions. We are attached not to the things themselves, but to what we believe they say about us. Marketing brilliantly exploits this insecurity. We are never just sold a product. We are sold a promise of transformation. We are sold an identity. Buy this expensive watch, the advertisement whispers, and you will be a person of status and success. Drink this beverage, it suggests, and you will be youthful and full of life. We buy the running shoes, hoping to buy the discipline of a runner. We buy the gourmet cookware, hoping to buy the joyful creativity of a chef. And so, our homes become filled with the ghosts of unfulfilled promises, tangible reminders of the gap between the person we are and the person we were told we could become with just one more purchase. This accumulation is also fueled by a deep-seated fear of lack. We hold on to things just in case. We keep clothes that haven't fit in a decade, just in case we lose weight. We keep stacks of books we know we will never read, just in case we suddenly have months of free time. We keep tangled cables to obsolete electronics in a junk drawer, just in case they are ever needed. This is not just a storage issue, it is a spiritual issue. This just-in-case mentality reveals a fundamental lack of trust in ourselves and in life. It is a belief that we will not be resourceful enough to handle the future when it arrives. This fear-based hoarding extends beyond physical objects. We clutter our schedules with endless obligations, afraid to say no for fear of missing out or letting someone down. We clutter our minds with a constant intake of information, afraid of being uninformed or falling behind. This cluttered life, both inside and out, is a direct reflection of a mind that is operating from a place of fear and insecurity. A cluttered home often mirrors a cluttered mind. To clear one is to help clear the other. The path of healing this condition is known as voluntary simplicity. The key word is voluntary. This is not something forced upon us. It is a conscious and joyful choice. It is the intentional curation of our lives. The guiding principle is not a rigid rule about how many things you should own, but a deep and honest question you can ask of everything you allow to take up space in your life, be it physical, temporal, or mental. The question is this: does this truly support the life I want to live? Does this truly bring me peace, joy, or utility? We can begin with our physical environment. The process of decluttering our home can be a profound meditation. It is not about a frantic, guilt-driven purge. It is a slow, mindful practice of paying attention. You can begin with a single room, or even a single drawer. Pick up an object, hold it in your hands. Take a moment to acknowledge it. If it holds a memory, allow the memory to be there. Thank the object for the service it has provided. Then, ask the question honestly: do I truly need this? Does it bring me joy? Does it serve a genuine purpose in my life today? If the answer is a clear and honest no, then you can let it go. You can donate it to someone who might need it. You can recycle it, or you can discard it. This act of letting go is not about loss. It is about creating breathing room. It is about honoring the space you live in. As you clear your physical space, you will inevitably feel a corresponding clearing in your own mind. A serene and uncluttered outer world fosters a serene and uncluttered inner world. We then apply this same principle to our time. Many of us treat our time as a commodity to be filled to the brim. The practice of simplicity invites us to see time, especially empty time, as precious. It means learning the power of the graceful no. It is the courage to decline invitations or requests that are not aligned with your deepest values, or that you know will leave you feeling drained and resentful. It means auditing your calendar and consciously scheduling in empty space-time with no agenda, for rest, for walks in nature, for spontaneous connection with loved ones, or for simply being. This empty space is not wasted time. It is the fertile ground from which creativity, insight, and true relaxation can grow. Finally, we practice simplicity of mind by decluttering our information intake. In an age of information overload, protecting our attention is a radical act. This can mean setting specific, limited times each day to check email and social media, instead of letting them interrupt you constantly. It means curating your digital feeds so they inspire and uplift you, rather than agitate you with comparison and conflict. It means unsubscribing from the endless newsletters and notifications that clamor for your attention. Most importantly, it means cultivating an appreciation for silence. It is in the silence, when the outer and inner noise subsides, that we can finally hear the quiet voice of our own heart, the voice of our own wisdom. This path of simplicity naturally leads us to value experiences over possessions. The momentary thrill of buying a new object almost always fades quickly. This is the hedonic treadmill we have spoken of. But the joy derived from a meaningful experiencer, heartfelt conversation with a friend, the challenge of learning a new skill, the awe of witnessing a beautiful sunset often deepens and enriches us for years to come. Through the power of memory, a simple life frees up our most precious resources of time, our money, our attention to invest in these more lasting and nourishing sources of well-being. The ultimate expression of this wisdom is captured in the story of the ancient Greek philosopher Diogenes the Cynic. Diogenes was a man who practiced a radical form of simplicity. He chose to live in a large ceramic jar in the middle of the bustling marketplace of Athens, owning nothing but a cloak to keep him warm and a cup for water. One day, Alexander the Great, the most powerful man in the known world, a conqueror of vast empires, heard about this strange, wise man. Intrigued, Alexander went with his retinue of generals to see him. He found Diogenes relaxing in his jar, enjoying the warmth of the morning sun on his skin. Alexander, standing tall and casting a great shadow over him, announced, "I am Alexander the Great. Ask of me any favor you wish, and I will grant it." This was the ultimate offer of worldly power. Alexander could have given him a palace, a mountain of gold, anything he desired. Diogenes simply squinted up at the emperor who was blocking his light and replied, "Yes, there is one thing you can do for me. Stand a little to one side. You are blocking my sunlight." This was not merely a witty retort. It was a profound teaching on the nature of true wealth. Diogenes was demonstrating that he already possessed everything he truly valued. His riches were not in things that Alexander could give, but in the simple, elemental, and freely available gifts of life itself: the warmth of the sun, the air he breathed, the freedom of his own mind. In that moment, the great emperor, the master of the world, was actually an obstacle to the philosopher's simple contentment. This story forces us to question our entire definition of wealth. Is wealth the accumulation of things you do not need, or is it the deep contentment of needing very little? Diogenes was perhaps the wealthiest man in all of Greece, because he wanted nothing that he did not already have. The path of simplicity is a path of liberation. It is liberation from the endless cycle of craving and accumulation. It is liberation from the anxiety of comparison and the weight of our own clutter. By simplifying our outer world, we create the conditions for a simple, spacious, and peaceful inner world. It is in this uncluttered space that we can connect most deeply with ourselves, with the people we love, and with the quiet beauty of the present moment. It is here, in the elegant clarity of a simpler life, that we finally discover the most profound wealth of all: the peaceful, joyful, and liberating realization of enough. This deep sense of inner wholeness begins to dissolve the artificial barriers we place between ourselves and the world, allowing us to perceive an even deeper truth of our existence, our profound and unbreakable interconnection with all of life. Through the practices of letting go and embracing simplicity, we have cleared away so much of the clutter that weighs down our hearts and minds. We have created an inner space, a sense of lightness and freedom. From this quiet, uncluttered vantage point, we are now ready to gently investigate the most fundamental illusion of all, the very bedrock upon which our entire structure of desire, attachment, and suffering is built. This is the illusion of the separate self. We are now ready to explore the profound and liberating truth of anatta, or no self. This teaching is often considered the most challenging and radical insight of Buddhist wisdom. The very phrase, no self, can be frightening. Our ego, that familiar voice of I, me, mine that has been narrating our entire life, hears this phrase and fears its own annihilation. It feels like a threat of non-existence. But it is essential to understand that anatta is not a doctrine of nihilism. It is not saying that you do not exist. It is saying that you do not exist as a separate, solid, independent, and permanent entity. The person you think you are is not the ultimate truth of your being. The path of anatta is not about destroying yourself. It is about waking up from a limited and painful dream of who you are, to discover a reality that is infinitely more vast, more connected, and more free. This truth of no self is considered one of the three fundamental marks of all existence, alongside the two we have already explored: anicca, or impermanence, and dukkha, or unsatisfactoriness. These three truths are intrinsically linked, because all things, including our thoughts, feelings, and bodies, are in a constant state of flux, anicca, and because our clinging to these impermanent phenomena as a source of lasting happiness leads inevitably to dissatisfaction, dukkha, it follows that there can be no permanent, unchanging, independent self or soul to be found anywhere within this stream of constant change. Trying to find a permanent self in the midst of impermanence is like trying to find a solid rock in the middle of a flowing river. There is only the flow. Imagine a single, perfect wave rising from the surface of the ocean. It has a distinct form, a clear beginning as it swells, a cresting middle, and a definite end as it dissolves into foam upon the shore. From the beach, it appears to be a separate thing, a wave. We can point to it, but is it really separate from the ocean? What is it made of? Its entire substance is nothing but ocean. Its movement is simply the movement of the ocean. It cannot exist for a single instant apart from the ocean. It is, in its essence, the ocean itself expressing itself for a time in the form of a wave. The doctrine of anatta is the profound realization that we are much like this wave. We have a distinct form, a name, a personality, a life story. We appear to be separate, but our very substance, our very existence, is completely inseparable from the vast ocean of life from which we arise and to which we will return. We are not a noun, we are a verb. We are not a separate self. We are the universe selfing. So if we are not separate, independent entities, how do we exist? The answer lies in what is perhaps the most beautiful and central teaching of the Buddha, pratitya samutpada, or interdependent co-arising. This principle states, quite simply, that nothing exists in isolation. Everything in the universe arises in relationship to everything else. The formula is elegantly simple. This is because that is. This is not because that is not. When this arises, that arises. When this ceases, that ceases. Everything is conditioned by and dependent upon everything else. There are no independent origins. To grasp this intellectually is one thing. To feel it is another. Let us practice with a simple contemplation. I invite you to bring to mind the image of a single flower in a vase. Look at it closely in your mind's eye. It appears to be a single, self-contained object, but let us investigate. For this flower to exist, it needed sunlight. The sun, 93 million miles away, is an essential part of this flower. So, if you look deeply into the flower, you can see the sun. The flower also needed water. The water fell from a cloud. The cloud was formed from moisture that evaporated from the ocean. So, in the flower, you can see the cloud and the vast ocean. For the flower to grow, it needed soil, filled with nutrients from decayed organic matter, from leaves that fell centuries ago. So, the earth and ancient forests are also in the flower. It likely needed a gardener to plant the seed and a bee to pollinate its parent. So, the gardener and the bee are present in the flower as well. Now, let us try to remove all of these non-flower elements. Take away the sun, the cloud, the earth, the gardener, the bee. What is left of the flower? Nothing at all. The flower has no separate, independent self. It is a momentary, beautiful manifestation of the entire cosmos. It in turn is with everything else. Now, let us dare to turn this same deep looking upon ourselves. I look at my hand. I call it my hand. It seems separate. But for this hand to exist, I need air to breathe. So the entire atmosphere is in my hand. I need food to eat. The food came from the earth, was watered by the rain, and nourished by the sun. So the earth, the rain, and the sun are in my hand. For me to be here, I needed my parents, and they needed their parents, and so on, back through a chain of ancestors, stretching back through time immemorial. All my ancestors are present in my hand. The language I am speaking, and the thoughts I am thinking are not mine in origin. I learned them from my family, my teachers, my culture, the books I have read, the conversations I have had, the people I have loved. They are all here, in me, shaping who I am in this moment. If we were to remove all of these non-me elements from ourselves, what would be left? We would vanish, just like the flower. The hard, solid boundary we imagine between self and other, between me and the world, is a powerful illusion. We, too, are with all that is. When this profound truth begins to dawn in the heart, it has radical implications for our daily lives, particularly for our struggle with desire. As we have seen, the entire project of the ego is based on the illusion of separation. The ego is the I that feels separate, vulnerable, and in competition with others. Its whole job is to protect and enhance this fictional, separate self. It drives the selfish craving, the tanha, that seeks to accumulate possessions, status, and praise. For me, often at the expense of you. But when the illusion of a separate self is seen through, the entire motivation for this project begins to collapse. If there is no truly separate self to protect and enhance, who is there to be selfish for? If my well-being is intrinsically and unavoidably linked to your well-being, and to the well-being of the entire ecosystem we inhabit, then acting out of pure self-interest is revealed to be a profoundly illogical act. It is like the left hand deciding to steal from the right hand. It is a form of self-harm. This does not mean we cease to care for our own needs. It means our definition of self expands. Taking care of our body and mind is no longer a selfish act, but a way of caring for a small part of the universe so that it can be of better service to the whole. Self-care becomes world care. The realization of anatta and our profound interconnection is the ultimate antidote to feelings of loneliness and alienation. We realize we are never and can never be truly separate. We are woven from the same fabric as the stars, the trees, the animals, and every other human being. This understanding is the deepest foundation for true compassion. When we see another person suffering, we no longer see a separate other whose problem is not our own. We see a part of ourselves that is hurting. We see the whole ocean, suffering in the form of that particular wave. In this light, compassion is no longer a moral duty or a choice we have to make. It becomes the natural, spontaneous, and only sane response of a heart that understands the truth of our shared existence. We move from seeing the world as a fragmented collection of competing objects and beings to seeing it as a single, vibrant, and sacred web of life. We realize we are not just a lonely strand in that web. We are the web itself, experiencing itself in this particular form for this brief and precious time. This deep understanding of our interconnectedness cannot remain a mere intellectual concept. For it to be truly transformative, it must be embodied in our lives. It must be reflected in the integrity of our choices, and the kindness of our actions. We have journeyed to the very heart of our perceived identity and discovered a profound truth. The separate self is an illusion. We are not isolated islands, but interconnected strands in a vast, single web of life. This realization of our interconnectedness, of anatta, is not just a philosophical concept. It is a living reality that has immediate and practical consequences for how we live. If we are all truly connected, then every action we take, every word we speak, and every thought we entertain sends ripples out into the world. But these ripples do not just travel outward, they also travel inward, echoing back into the chamber of our own heart and mind. This is the natural and impersonal law of karma. To understand this law is to understand how to live a life of integrity, a life where our actions become a source of peace rather than a source of inner turmoil. The word karma is often misunderstood in the West. We tend to think of it as a cosmic system of reward and punishment, of fate, or of a divine judge keeping score. But in its original teaching, karma is far more simple, psychological, and empowering. It is the universal law of cause and effect as it applies to our intentional actions. The Buddha said that the most important element is cetana, or intention. The intention behind an action is the seed that is planted in the mind. The action itself is the watering of the seed, and our subsequent experiences and states of mind are the fruit that grows from it. Consider this simple example. Two people are walking down a crowded street. The first person, lost in thought, accidentally stumbles and bumps into someone, causing them to fall. There was no ill will, no intention to harm. It was an accident. The second person, feeling angry and wanting to get through the crowd, intentionally shoves someone with force, causing them to fall. The external result is the same. A person has fallen, but the internal, karmic result is worlds apart. The first act planted no negative seed. The second act planted a seed of aggression and ill will directly into the mind of the person who pushed. This is the essence of karma. It is not about external punishment. It is about the way our own intentions shape our consciousness from the inside out. When we act with intentions rooted in greed, hatred, and delusion, we are conditioning our minds to be more greedy, hateful, and deluded. When we act with intentions rooted in generosity, kindness, and clarity, we are conditioning our minds to be more generous, kind, and clear. We literally become what we repeatedly intend and do. Let us look at how unskillful or unwholesome actions directly create an unpeaceful mind. When we act out of anger, when we speak harsh words that are designed to hurt, or when we cause physical harm, it leaves an undeniable residue. It agitates the mind, flooding the body with stress hormones. It creates defensiveness because we feel we must justify our actions. And very often, once the heat of the moment has passed, it leaves the bitter echo of guilt and regret. A mind that is a source of harm to others cannot simultaneously be a source of peace for itself. When we act out of greed, taking what is not freely given, whether it is stealing a physical object, cheating on our taxes, or plagiarizing someone else's work, we plant a seed of fear. We become afraid of being caught, of being exposed. This fear makes us suspicious of others. We begin to project our own dishonesty onto the world, believing that everyone else must also be trying to get away with something. We live in a state of low-grade anxiety, constantly needing to protect what we have unjustly gained and to cover our tracks. A mind that is governed by fear cannot know the spaciousness of peace. Perhaps the most common way we poison our own peace is through the act of false speech, of lying, Let us imagine a person who tells a small, seemingly harmless lie to avoid a moment of embarrassment. Now, they must live with that lie. To support it, they may have to tell another, bigger lie to someone else. Soon, they have woven a complex web of deceit that they must constantly manage and maintain. Their mind is never at rest. It is always on alert, trying to remember what story they told to which person. They can never fully relax into a state of authentic presence because they are constantly performing, constantly hiding. This creates a profound sense of inner conflict and alienation. They are alienated from the truth, and they become alienated from others because genuine intimacy cannot be built on a foundation of deception. They live in a lonely, self-created prison of fear and suspicion, and their mind knows no true rest. In essence, all unskillful actions that harm, actions that take, actions that deceive create a noisy mind. They are like stones thrown into the quiet pond of our consciousness, and the mind is constantly disturbed by the ripples, the inner echoes of its own unwholesome deeds. These are the echoes of guilt, fear, anxiety, and regret. With this level of inner turmoil, it is nearly impossible to find deep states of calm, contentment, or clarity. The mind is simply too agitated. Now, let us consider the opposite. Let us look at how skillful, wholesome actions directly create a peaceful mind. This is the positive path of creating the causes and conditions for our own happiness. When our actions are motivated by kindness, compassion, and a genuine wish not to cause harm, they leave a very different residue. When we help someone, when we offer a kind word, when we protect a living being, it creates a feeling of warmth, connection, and self-respect. The mind feels open and at ease with itself. When we practice generosity, or dharma, giving freely of our time, our energy, our resources, or our kind attention without expecting anything in return, we directly counteract the tight, contracting energy of greed. Generosity creates a feeling of abundance and joy. It reminds us that we have enough to share. The mind that gives freely is a mind that feels spacious and happy. And when we commit ourselves to the practice of truthful and kind speech, it builds a powerful foundation of inner strength and integrity. When our outer words are in complete harmony with our inner truth, there is no conflict, there is nothing to hide, no story to maintain, no fear of being exposed. This creates a mind that is exceptionally clear, calm, and confident. We can look anyone in the eye, including ourselves in the mirror, and feel a sense of profound peace. We build relationships based on trust and authenticity, which nourishes our hearts and calms our minds. Even our work can become part of this practice. When we engage in a right livelihood, earning our living in a way that is not harmful to ourselves or others, our daily work becomes a source of integrity and purpose, rather than a source of inner conflict. We can now see that living a life of integrity, or sila as it is called in Buddhism, is not merely about following a set of moral rules to be a good person and earn a reward in the afterlife. It is a profound, practical, and psychological training for this very life. It is the essential practice of purifying our actions so that our mind can settle into its natural state of clarity and peace. It is very difficult to sit in meditation when your mind is reeling from the guilt of a cruel remark you made, or churning with the anxiety of a lie you told. A clear conscience is the softest pillow upon which the head can rest. By living with integrity, we create the calm and stable inner environment that is necessary for the deeper practices of mindfulness and wisdom to truly flourish. when our actions in the world are in harmony with our deepest aspirations for peace and freedom for ourselves and for all beings, our spiritual journey becomes immeasurably smoother. Our life itself becomes a support for our practice. And when our actions are pure and our mind is no longer tormented by the inner static of guilt and fear, we are able to access a much deeper and more reliable source of happiness, one that does not depend on the fleeting and unreliable pleasures of the world. We become ready to discover the ever-present wellspring of joy that exists within our own consciousness. We have walked a long and patient path together on this inner journey. We have learned to clear the ground of our minds by letting go of old burdens and embracing a life of beautiful simplicity. We have come to see that we are not isolated islands, but are deeply interconnected with all of life, a realization that calls us to a life of integrity, a life where our actions are in harmony with our hearts. With a mind that is now quieter, clearer, and more at ease with itself, we are ready to explore the very purpose of this journey, the discovery of a true and lasting happiness. From the moment we are born, we are engaged in a great search. The entire drama of human life, with all its striving, its triumphs, and its sorrows, is fueled by a single, universal desire, the wish to be happy and to avoid suffering. We seek this happiness in the world around us. We search for it in the arms of a lover, in the approval of our peers, in the success of our career, in the accumulation of wealth and possessions, and in the fleeting thrill of sensory pleasures. This is the search for what we can call conditional happiness. It is a happiness that is dependent on external conditions being just right. I am happy because I received a promotion. I am happy because the sun is shining today. I am happy because this person loves me. There is nothing inherently wrong with this kind of happiness. It can be sweet, joyful, and deeply pleasant. It is a part of the rich tapestry of human experience. However, because it is conditional, it is, by its very nature, fragile, unreliable, and impermanent. The conditions upon which it depends are subject to the universal law of anicca, of constant change. The promotion brings new pressures, the sun gives way to clouds, the feelings of people change. When we place our entire hope for well-being in these shifting, external conditions, we are building our house upon the sand, destined for a life of anxiety, bracing ourselves for the inevitable moment when the conditions change and our happiness collapses. This predicament leads us to a profound question, a question that lies at the heart of all spiritual inquiry. Is there another kind of happiness? Is it possible to find a well-being that is not dependent on the unpredictable winds of the world? A happiness that is stable, abiding, and flows from a source deep within us, regardless of our external circumstances. The wisdom traditions of the world answer with a resounding yes. They call this unconditional happiness, or sukha. This is a happiness that is not subject to gain and loss, praise and blame. It is the discovery of a wellspring of peace and joy that is an innate part of our own being. It is vital to understand that this sukha, this unconditional well-being, is very different from our usual idea of happiness. We often associate happiness with high-energy states of excitement, thrill, and euphoria. While these can be enjoyable, they are also states of agitation. They are peaks that are inevitably followed by valleys. Sukha is not a peak experience. It is a profound state of inner balance and peace. It is not the frenetic joy of a wild celebration, but the quiet, luminous contentment of a deep and peaceful lake on a windless morning. It is a fundamental sense of all is well, not because everything in the world is perfect, but because we have ceased our inner war with reality. It is a peace that passeth all understanding. This deep happiness has several distinct qualities. The first is a profound peacefulness, a quality known as samatha. It is a mind that has settled, a mind that is free from the inner static of anxiety, worry, and restless thinking. It is the relief of finally putting down a heavy, invisible burden that we did not even realize we were carrying. The second quality is a deep and abiding contentment, santuthati. This is the quiet and joyful realization of enough. The frantic, restless search for something more, something better, something different, simply ceases. The thirsty craving of tanha has been quenched, not by finally getting everything we want, but by realizing we no longer need it to be whole. And finally, sukha is characterized by its resilience. It is a happiness that can coexist with pain. This is a crucial point. A person in this state can still experience the physical pain of illness or the emotional sorrow of loss. The first arrow still strikes, but these experiences happen on the surface of their being, like waves on the ocean. Deep beneath the turbulent surface, the vast body of the ocean remains undisturbed, peaceful, and calm. This deep wellspring of peace is still accessible, even amidst the storms of life. So where does this profound well-being come from? It is not a gift from a god, nor is it a matter of luck. Sukha arises naturally and spontaneously from a mind that has been purified of its primary contaminants. It is the natural radiance of a consciousness that is no longer obscured by the clouds of greed, hatred, and delusion. It is nourished and sustained by the two great wings of wisdom and compassion. Wisdom, or panya, is the clear seeing of reality as it truly is impermanent, interconnected, and selfless. This clear seeing liberates us from the futile struggle of clinging and resistance, which is the primary cause of our suffering. When the fight stops, peace is what remains. Compassion, or karuna, is the open, tender, and boundless heart that has learned to meet its own suffering and the suffering of the world with kindness. A heart that is filled with love and connection is a heart that is naturally joyful. Sukha is simply the innate condition of a mind that is free. There is a beautiful and ancient story from the Mahayana tradition that perfectly illustrates the nature of this inner treasure. The story tells of a very poor man who had a dear and wealthy friend. One day, the wealthy friend came to visit, and they shared a simple meal and drank wine together. As the evening wore on, the poor man fell into a deep sleep. The wealthy friend, however, had to leave on an urgent and long journey. Not wanting to wake his friend, but wishing to help him escape his poverty, he took a magnificent, priceless jewel that could fulfill any wish and, carefully, lovingly, sewed it into the inner lining of the poor man's worn-out coat. The poor man eventually awoke, completely unaware of the incredible treasure he was now carrying. He continued his life of hardship, wandering from town to town, working exhausting jobs for a few coins, sleeping in shelters, constantly tormented by his poverty and the feeling that happiness and wealth were things that other people had, things that were somewhere out there to be found. He saw his worn-out coat only as a symbol of his destitution, never suspecting the infinite wealth hidden within it. Many years later, his journey full of toil and sorrow, he happened by chance to cross paths with his old wealthy friend. The friend was astonished to see him still living in such poverty. "My dear friend," he exclaimed, "why are you still living this life of struggle? All those years ago, I gave you a wish-fulfilling jewel, a treasure beyond all measure, so that you would have everything you could ever need. Why have you not used it?" The poor man was bewildered. "You gave me nothing," he replied. The friend then took him by the sleeve of his old, tattered coat, turned it inside out, and showed him where he had sewn the brilliant, radiant jewel. In that moment, the man was overcome. He realized that for all his years of desperate searching, for all his suffering and his feeling of lack, he had been an infinitely wealthy man all along. His poverty was not a lack of resources, but a simple lack of awareness. He was suffering only because he did not know the treasure he already possessed. This story is our story. We are this man. The worn-out coat is our ordinary human life, with its imperfections, its struggles, and its pains. The priceless jewel, sewn into the very fabric of our being, is our own true nature. It is our Buddha nature, our innate capacity for awareness, wisdom, compassion, and joy. It is the wellspring of unconditional happiness, sukha. It is already here. It has been with us every single moment of our lives. Our frantic search for happiness in external things, in jobs, in relationships, in possessions, in statusis, our period of wandering in poverty, completely oblivious to the infinite treasure we carry within. The spiritual path, therefore, is not a process of manufacturing a jewel or acquiring something we do not have. We cannot create this inner well-being. It is already perfect. The path is simply the process of discovering it. It is the journey of turning our attention inward, of patiently removing the layers of obscuration, the mud of our greed, the dust of our resentments, the clouds of our ignorance that have been hiding the natural radiance of the jewel. Every moment of mindfulness, every act of letting go, every choice of compassion is an act of polishing this inner gem. So how do we access this wellspring in a practical way? The first step is to cultivate stillness. The joy of sukha is quiet and subtle. In our typically noisy, busy, and distracted lives, its gentle whisper is easily drowned out. The practices of meditation, of simplicity, of spending time in silence, are all designed to reduce the external and internal static. It is like having a jar of muddy water. If you keep shaking the jar, the water will always be opaque. But if you set the jar down and allow it to be still, the mud will naturally, slowly, settle to the bottom, and the inherent clarity of the water will be revealed. Our mind is this jar of water. Stillness allows our own innate clarity and peace to emerge. From this place of stillness, we can learn to touch moments of simple, unconditional joy that are always available. We can find it in the simple act of appreciating a sensory experience without clinging to it. The warmth of the sun on our face, the intricate beauty of a leaf, the comforting taste of a sip of tea. These are moments of pure, uncomplicated well-being. We can find it in the heart's response to connection, the warmth that spreads through our chest when we share a genuine smile with a stranger, when we stroke a pet, or when we feel a moment of true empathy for a friend. And at the deepest level, we can find it in the simple joy of awareness itself. When the mind is quiet, we can simply be aware of being aware. There is a silent background presence, a feeling of isness that is always here. This awareness needs nothing to be complete. It is not happy because of something. It is simply a state of peaceful, knowing presence. This awareness is the jewel, the great, restless, lifelong search for happiness is based on a case of mistaken identity. We believe ourselves to be impoverished beggars, constantly seeking scraps of pleasure from the world to soothe our inner poverty. The profound truth of the path is that we are, and always have been, carrying an infinite treasure Unconditional happiness is not a destination we must struggle to reach. It is our true nature, which we must learn to uncover and realize. It is the deep peace that is revealed when our internal war with reality finally ceases. It is the quiet contentment that is always available beneath the turbulent surface of our thoughts. This realization transforms our entire relationship to life. We no longer need to desperately seek fulfillment from the world, for we have found the source of fulfillment within. We can now inhabit a state of being where we are already whole. This is the art and the profound peace of true contentment. We have come to the final leg of our shared inner journey. We began by listening to the quiet, constant hum of wanting, the inner thirst that creates so much of our restlessness and dissatisfaction. We have traveled through the deep landscapes of the mind, exploring the nature of suffering, the illusion of the permanent self, and the web of interconnection that binds us all. We have armed ourselves with the gentle tools of mindfulness and compassion, learning to sit with our discomfort and befriend our own hearts. We have discovered the wellspring of unconditional happiness that lies hidden within our own being, a treasure that cannot be bought or sold. And now, we arrive at the natural, peaceful destination to which this entire path has been leading. We arrive at the art and the grace of contentment. Contentment, or santuteti in the ancient Pali tongue, is the beautiful flower that blooms from the soil of a well-tended mind. It is the quiet, abiding peace that settles in the heart when the frantic search for happiness finally comes to an end. But it is essential that we understand what this true contentment is and what it is not. In our culture, which so highly values ambition and striving, contentment is often mistaken for its false cousins, complacency and smug self-satisfaction. Contentment is not complacency. Complacency is a state of lazy inaction, often born from a fear of failure or a sense of apathy. The contented heart, by contrast, is not lazy. It is vibrantly alive and at peace. A person who is truly content can still possess powerful and wholesome aspirations, the chanda we spoke of, to learn, to create, to grow, and to be of service to the world. The crucial difference is that they do so from a place of fullness, not from a place of lack. They are not trying to achieve something to fill an inner emptiness. They are acting in the world as an expression of their own inner wholeness. Nor is contentment a form of smug self-satisfaction. Self-satisfaction is an act of the ego. It is a subtle form of pride, a feeling of being better than others, of having made it. It is a comparative state that secretly reinforces the illusion of a separate, superior self. True contentment is egoless. It is humble, quiet, and unassuming. It has no need to compare itself to anyone, because it has found its sense of worth from within. True contentment is a deep and peaceful appreciation for life as it is. It is the ability to look at one's own life, with all its beautiful imperfections, its joys and its sorrows, its accomplishments and its failures, and to feel a profound sense of enough. It is the end of the war with oneself and with the world. This state of profound well-being is the natural and cumulative result of all the practices we have explored together. It is not one more thing we need to strive for. It is the peace that is revealed when we cease our striving. Gratitude is an essential ingredient. We cannot be content if our minds are habitually focused on what is missing. The practice of gratitude trains the mind to see the goodness and abundance that are already present, and this seeing is the very foundation of a contented heart. Acceptance is another key component. Contentment is what arises naturally when we stop fighting with reality. When we accept the present moment with all its pleasures and pains, without resistance. The inner friction that creates our stress and dissatisfaction simply dissolves. What is left in its absence is the quiet ease of contentment. The path of simplicity also leads directly here. By consciously choosing to simplify our lives, clearing away the clutter of our homes, our schedules, and our minds, we remove the external sources of agitation and overwhelm. A simple, uncluttered life is the most fertile ground in which a contented heart can grow, and the practice of letting go is what allows this contentment to become stable. By letting go of our attachments to specific outcomes, by releasing the heavy burdens of past grievances and future anxieties, we unburden our hearts. A heart that is light and unburdened is a heart that can easily rest in contentment. Ultimately, the deepest root of contentment is the wisdom of anatta, the insight into no self. The entire project of discontent is run by the needy, insecure ego, which always feels that something is missing, that I need something more to be complete and happy. When we see through this illusion of a separate, deficient self, the very foundation of discontentment crumbles. If there is no separate me that needs to be fixed, enhanced, or fulfilled, then what is there to be discontented about? The mind can finally relax. The search is over. This is the state where the constant background hum of wanting finally falls silent. It is not because we have managed to acquire everything we ever craved. That is an impossible task. It falls silent because the mind has unlearned the very habit of craving. The desperate, thirsty neediness has been replaced by a quiet, full-hearted appreciation. This is the ultimate freedom. It is freedom from the tyranny of our own desires, freedom from the constant fear of loss, freedom from the exhausting need for the world to be any different than it is. There is a timeless story that perfectly captures this difference between the wealth of possessions and the wealth of contentment. A great and powerful king, who possessed more riches than any man alive, heard tales of a wise old sage who lived by the river with almost nothing. The sage's only possessions were the simple robe he wore and a single wooden bowl, which he used to beg for his daily meal. The king, whose mind was filled with his treasures and his anxieties about his kingdom, could not comprehend how anyone could live with so little. He decided to visit the sage to see this for himself. He found the sage sitting peacefully beneath a tree, radiating a palpable sense of calm. The king, looking at the sage's bare feet and simple robe, asked him with genuine curiosity, "Venerable sir, I see that you have nothing. Looking at your meager existence, do you not feel unhappy? Do you not feel constantly the sense of what you lack?" The old sage looked up at the king, his eyes filled not with envy, but with a deep and gentle compassion. He smiled a serene smile and replied, "Your Majesty, it is true that I have nothing, and because I have nothing to lose. My peace is my own. It cannot be stolen or diminished. But you, Your Majesty, with your grand palaces, your chests of gold and jewels, your vast armies, and your sprawling kingdom, please tell me, how many things do you fear losing?" In that simple question, the entire truth was revealed. The king's happiness was conditional upon his countless possessions, and therefore, his mind was a fortress, besieged by the constant fear of loss, the anxiety of protecting his wealth, and the burden of managing his complex life. His great wealth was, in fact, the source of his deep and constant insecurity. The sage, on the other hand, by wanting nothing, possessed everything that mattered. His happiness was unconditional. Because he was unattached to anything external, His peace was unshakable. He was not free because he had nothing. He was free because he needed nothing. This is the very heart of contentment. It is the discovery that the peace we were so desperately seeking at the end of a long and painful road of desire was actually the road itself, a path that was available in every moment we chose presence over absence, acceptance over resistance, and gratitude over complaint. The heart is no longer an empty vessel seeking to be filled from the outside. It is quiet, and in its profound quietness, it discovers its own innate, unshakable fullness. This is the end of the great search, and it is the true beginning of a life lived in deep and lasting peace. Having walked this path from the recognition of our restless wanting to the discovery of this quiet fullness, let us now gather the wisdom of our journey to carry it forward not as a memory, but as a living presence in our lives. We have traveled together on a long and winding path, a journey not across continents, but through the vast and intimate landscapes of our own minds and hearts. We began by acknowledging a feeling so common to our human experience, the quiet ache of dissatisfaction, the restless hum of unfulfilled desire, the sense that something is missing. We looked bravely into the nature of this suffering, this dukkha, and we found its roots, not in a world that is flawed, but in our relationship to it. We saw how our suffering is woven from our clinging to a world that is, by its very nature, impermanent and ever-changing. We investigated the very I that feels this lack, and discovered not a solid, separate self, but a beautiful, interconnected process, a wave in the great ocean of life. From this place of deeper understanding, we began to cultivate the tools of transformation. We learned to drop the anchor of mindfulness, creating a sacred pause between the events of our lives and our habitual reactions. And in that space, we found our freedom. We learned to turn toward our discomfort, not with aversion, but with the gentle, healing warmth of compassion, especially for ourselves. We practiced the art of acceptance, learning to say yes to reality as it is, ceasing our exhausting inner war with the present moment. From this acceptance, we discovered the profound liberation of letting go, of opening our clenched fists, and releasing the burdens of the past and anxieties for the future. We discovered that by simplifying our lives, practicing gratitude, and living with integrity, we create a mind that is naturally more calm, clear, and at peace. And so we arrive at the great and simple discovery of this entire journey. We learn that the peace we were so desperately seeking was never located at some future destination. It was not waiting for us at the top of the corporate ladder. It was not hidden inside the perfect relationship, and it could not be purchased with any amount of wealth. The frantic, lifelong search for happiness out there was the very activity that blinded us to the profound and abiding peace that has always been available in here. Peace is not an external acquisition. It is an internal realization. It is the natural state of a mind that has learned to be still. It is the quiet contentment that is revealed when we finally stop struggling. As we conclude this time together, know that this is not an end, but a beginning. You have been introduced to the tools, you have been shown the map, but the journey of living this wisdom unfolds in every moment of your life from now on. You have everything you need. Your breath is your constant anchor, a refuge of presence always available to you. Every moment of difficulty that will arise in your future is not a failure or a setback. It is simply another precious opportunity, an opportunity to practice, an opportunity to be mindful, an opportunity to be compassionate, an opportunity to accept, to let go, and to return again and again to the quiet fullness of your own true nature. The journey home is not a long one. It is the simple, repeated practice of arriving in this moment. May you walk this path with courage, with kindness, and with a deep and abiding peace. May you find your rest not in the fulfillment of all your desires, but in the gentle, spacious, and profound art of contentment and acceptance.